Chapter 965. The Tiger Gorge was located outside the imperial capital Dragon City. It was a vast mountain range with towering cliffs. Some of the cliffs were as smooth as a mirror, as if they had been split by a giant axe. There were also many valleys that could stop an army. Although the Tiger Gorge was easy to defend and hard to attack, that was only for an ordinary army. It wasn't much of a hindrance to a true expert. On the Tiger Gorge, there was a city wall that spanned across the mountains. It was built exquisitely and majestically. However, there were quite a few ferocious beast roars and killing cries coming from afar. Along with the waves of killing aura that came over, it caused the gazes of the people on the ferocious Tiger Gorge to become extremely solemn. There are more and more people from the barren country and more demonic beasts. I'm afraid they will attack the Tiger Gorge tomorrow morning. On the city wall, many generals looked solemn. After fighting with the barren country for the past few months, they knew how terrifying the barren country's army and demonic beasts were. The demonic beasts were terrifying. The barren country's army also came from the dark forest. It was a chaotic place. Those who walked out of the dark forest were filled with murderous aura. Now that those people had arrived at the Stone Dragon Empire, they were like wolves in a flock of sheep. Since most of the Stone Dragon Empire's army didn't want to fight, they could only retreat. Don't worry. We still have the First Princess and the Great Luan sect. The barren country won't win. An old man with a high status in armor looked at the night sky. His eyes were cold as he said to the people around him, "Don't worry. Tomorrow will be the day they die." Outside the Tiger Gorge, there were mountains and cliffs that stretched as far as the eye could see. In the dark night, murderous aura surged and murderous aura filled the air. On the mountain peak, there was a huge tent that was temporarily set up. In the main hall, light filled the air. In the main hall, there were many people gathered in front of a terrain model of the Tiger Gorge. These figures included the Medicine King Yi Wuming, Yi Piaoling, the Peerless Sword King, the Mysterious Dragon King, the Stone Turtle King, the Ice Python King, the Golden Condor King, Yin Machin, Roa Shui Han, the General, Gu Xinyan, Guo Xiaofeng, the Fort Master of the Mu Family Fort, Mu Mingqing, the Pavilion Master of the 10,000 Clouds Pavilion, Wan Sanpang, and many other familiar figures. Tomorrow morning, Little Green, Little Tiger, Muhan, and Silver Condor will break their talisman array first. Vice President, Yi Piaoling, Xiao Man, and Ling Ling, you guys will attack in 4 directions and destroy the Tiger Gorge. As for the experts of the Great Luan sect, I will ask Senior Qin Yang to secretly control them. In the middle of the ferocious Tiger Gorge, a beautiful woman was giving pointers. Her delicate body was lithe and tender. The woman's temperament was the complete opposite of Du Xiaoman's hot and seductive temperament. She was beautiful like a fairy who had walked out of a painting. She was wearing Xingyu's aunt, Murong Yoruo. Murong Yoruo's strength wasn't too tyrannical, but in the past few years, she had been revered by everyone in the world gathering. Especially in the past few months, wherever the army passed, the Stone Dragon Empire was unstoppable. Everyone knew that this had something to do with Murong Yoruo's strategizing. Many times, under Murong Yoruo's strategizing, the desolate nation had won against many, taking advantage of the time and place to win. In the most terrifying battle, under Murong Yoruo's control, the desolate nation had defeated the Stone Dragon Empire's army of 10 million with an army of 100. The Stone Dragon Empire had been utterly defeated and had fled in a sorry state. It was said that among the 5 people who wanted to assassinate the most in the Stone Dragon Empire, Murong Yoruo was ranked 3rd. A single expert could kill hundreds or thousands of enemies, but Murong Yoruo's strategizing was enough to utterly defeat the enemy wherever the army passed, causing tens of millions of casualties. This kind of terror was even more terrifying than a single expert in an army. Alright, it's settled then. Tomorrow, we'll take down the Tiger Gorge and everything will be over. Du Yunlong's cloud robe fluttered without wind, surging with sharp killing intent. We must be careful of the Great Luan sect. Recently, they've been retreating a little too quickly. If they really want to protect the Stone Dragon Empire, I'm afraid they won't let us take down the Tiger Gorge so easily tomorrow. Murong Yorua was also worried. Over the years, her beautiful face hadn't changed at all. Instead, she had honed a dignified temperament in the dark forest. It was slightly enchanting, with a rich charm that was different from the rest. It was enough to make any man lose his soul. Our ancient heaven sect will deal with the Great Luan sect. You can do whatever you want. In the tent, Elder Gu Qingyang sat high above and said to the juniors. I wonder if my brother has come out yet. Du Shaoqing looked worried. She was still worried about her brother in the sealed ancient land. Hearing this, the faces of everyone in the tent darkened. The sealed ancient land only opened once every 30 years. Being trapped inside, there was no telling what would happen. Moreover, that guy had never come out of the divine lightning cauldron. Don't worry. At least he'll be fine. I can feel that he's getting closer and closer to us. He should have come out of the sealed ancient land. Du Xiaoyao raised her head slightly, her pale golden eyes glinting with a demonic light. The colorful hair on her head had been scorched black by the lightning, but it had mostly recovered. Whoosh! Du Xiaoyao's words immediately caused all the gazes in the tent to land on her. Everyone knew that the World Society and the World Alliance were single-handedly established by that young man. In the past few years, the World Society, the Desolate Country, and the World Alliance had been managed by Medicine King Yi Wuming, Du Yunlong, Murong Yorua, Li Shui, and the others. However, the core and soul of the organization had always been that young man who had left behind countless legends. That young man had shaken the Central Plains during the Prodigy Tournament, but in the end, he was trapped in the sealed ancient land. Du Xiaoyao, are you telling the truth? That guy has come out. Sima Muhan immediately asked Du Xiaoyao, her pale purple eyes glinting. Don't worry. If Du Xiaoyao said that brother has come out, then brother will definitely come out. Du Shaoqing nodded. She naturally knew about the relationship between Du Xiaoyao and her brother. Du Xiaoyao's intuition would definitely not be wrong. He's out. I knew it would be fine. Elder Gu Qingyang smiled. The haze that had shrouded his heart during this period was instantly swept away. Haha, Du Yunlong laughed and said sternly, pass down the order. Tomorrow morning, we will attack the Tiger Gorge. Early in the morning, outside the Tiger Gorge, water vapor rose, and a hazy fog lingered in the sky. Rumble. In the depths of the gorge, the earth and mountains shook. Countless terrifying giant demonic beasts moved horizontally. Huge rocks were crushed under their feet, and their roars shook the sky. Everywhere they passed, the ground was razed to the ground. Countless figures swept out from behind, and their killing intent soared to the sky. Swoosh swoosh, in midair, figures that blotted out the sky and covered the earth swept out. Flying demonic beasts flapped their wings and soared through the sky. Like a black cloud spreading out, they blotted out the sky and covered the earth as they swept towards the ferocious Tiger Gorge. Instantly, within the hazy fog outside the Tiger Gorge, countless figures formed a sea of people, and they gathered until the end of one sight. Kill! Roar! Shocking roars of demonic beasts and the sound of killing resounded like thunder from the army. The entire Tiger Gorge was trembling at this moment, as if there was an earthquake. Not good, the desolate country is attacking. On the Tiger Gorge, when the soldiers saw the army that covered the sky and earth and shook the mountains, their eyes immediately turned grave. Indeed, they have come. Stand! An extraordinary youth stood. He was an outstanding disciple among the younger generation of the Great Luan sect. Although he could not be compared to Dongli Qihuang, he was one of the top figures below Dongli Qihuang. In the central region, he was quite famous. First Princess, at this moment, the group of generals all looked at the tall and beautiful figure at the front. The beautiful figure's long dress fluttered in the wind, unable to hide her alluring curves. Her cold and alluring face did not show the slightest bit of weakness in the face of the overwhelming number of figures and mighty auras. When she was born, she was named Xingnan, because her father wanted her to be like a man and protect the imperial family and the Stone Dragon Empire. As the eldest daughter of the Qing family, she was duty-bound. Ever since she entered the Divine Light Court, she had been leading the Stone Dragon Empire to the outside world. Since she was young, everything she did was based on the Qing family. She even chose to enter the Divine Light Court because she could bring more influence to the imperial family than Tianwu Academy. Now, in the face of a strong enemy, the Qing family was deserted, and she had been at the forefront. If it were not for her, the Tiger Gorge would have been trampled by the desolate country. She knew that she could not avoid all of this. The blood on her body came from the Qing family. Activate the talisman array and prepare the arrow array. The entire army is on standby. On her clear face, her eyes flickered. She held a sword in her hand and her red lips were tightly shut. Rumble, as her voice fell, the Tiger Gorge trembled. A huge talisman array was immediately set up and enveloped the entire Tiger Gorge fortress. The talisman runes soared into the sky, causing the world to tremble. Even the vast dragon city in the distance could feel the terrifying aura and resplendent talisman runes. Break the array. Sima Muhan flew across the sky. She was wearing a light purple armor and holding the rainbow nether spirit phoenix sword at her waist. She looked extremely heroic. Roar! The little tiger roared. Its huge body released black talisman runes that filled the sky. The sound was deafening. The silver-winged demonic condor expanded its body and flapped its wings, wanting to tear the sky apart. Little Green's body flew across the sky. Terrifying green and red flames surrounded it, burning the talisman runes. The terrifying attack swept across and collided with the talisman array on the Tiger Gorge. Rumble. The terrifying attacks landed, causing deafening sounds to ring out from the talisman array. Powerful energy spread out and spread between the heavens and the earth. Chapter 966. Walala, energy swept out as if the heavens and earth were collapsing. However, the terrifying talisman array only shook but didn't shatter. This talisman array should be set up by the people of the Great Will sect. I'm afraid it's at the level of an 8-star beginner talisman array. Sima Muhan's figure retreated. Her figure under the light purple armor was moving. Her gaze was slightly focused. Let me do it. Du Xiaoyao flew out. A faint golden mark started to flicker between his eyebrows like a flame. The small golden macaque's body then turned into a huge golden ape in midair. Aoo, the golden ape roared. The light was dazzling. Its entire body was covered with talisman patterns that evolved. It was full of vitality and connected with the heavens and earth. It gave people the feeling that the heavens and earth were created. It was as if it could see through the essence of all profoundness. Break! Du Xiaoyao shouted. The surrounding space rippled out. His golden eyes were lively as if he was born with spiritual eyes that looked down on everything. A terrifying aura exploded out. His fist seemed to be able to push everything in all directions and suppress everything as it landed on the talisman array. Rumble. This fist contained a strange power. There was a devouring power on the talisman array. It could devour and destroy the talisman patterns on the talisman array. In the end, the talisman array mysteriously exploded. Pucci, on a cliff in the ferocious Tiger Gorge, an old man suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were filled with shock as he said, "This is impossible. That monkey clearly isn't strong enough. How could it break my talisman array?" The talisman array shattered. Feeling the figures that covered the sky outside the ferocious Tiger Gorge and the killing aura that filled the heavens and earth, countless gazes on the ferocious Tiger Gorge instantly changed. The talisman array has been broken. Kill. In the sky, Du Yunlong shouted. Lightning flashed in his eyes and a fierce killing aura swept across the sky. Ao. As Du Yunlong's killing cry sounded out, the demonic beasts and army that blotted out the sky and covered the earth outside of the ferocious tiger gorge suddenly erupted with earth-shaking killing cries, causing the earth to tremble. Like a flood of dark clouds, they charged towards the ferocious tiger gorge. Arrow formation. Qing Shengnan shouted in a tender voice. Her clear and cold face rippled with brilliance as her tender voice reverberated throughout the heavens and earth. Swish swish. The ferocious tiger gorge was instantly filled with densely packed figures holding crossbows. Numerous arrows whizzed through the air as they violently shot towards the desolate country's army like a torrential rain. As the rain of arrows covered the sky, many demonic beasts and silhouettes were pierced by the rain of arrows and fell from the sky. Counter-arrow formation. Murong Yorua shouted from behind. Cultivators and demonic beasts immediately stepped out. Runes spread out from their shields. Wherever they passed, the rain of arrows would explode, unable to get close. Kill. Du Yunlong, Du Xiaoman, Chen Ling, Yi Piaoling, and the others each led an army and attacked ferocious tiger gorge from 4 directions. Wave after wave of terrifying energy attacks descended, whistling through the horizon. Rumbling sounds could be heard as the energy attacks landed on the ferocious tiger gorge, causing the mountains to crumble and the earth to shake. It was capable of destroying everything, and it also caused many miserable shrieks to immediately resound. Go! Medicine King Yi Wuming waved his hand and many puppets soared into the sky. They were killing machines that caused the souls of the Stone Dragon Empire's army to tremble as if they had seen a ghost. Kill! Mysterious Dragon King, Solitary Sword King, Golden Condor King, Ba Ao, Blue Flame Scarlet Leopard, General, Silver Fox, Duo Sha, Qiangu Yu, Shui Rohan, Yin Machin, and Mi Zixia stepped out. Wherever they passed, the rain of arrows would automatically shatter in front of them. On ferocious Tiger Gorge, Qing Shengnan raised her head and gazed at the mysterious Dragon King, Solitary Sword King, Shui Rohan, Yi Piaoling, General, Gu Xinyan, and the others. She clearly knew that this was the true strength of the Stone Dragon Empire. Thank you for your trouble, everyone from the Great Will sect. Qing Shengnan turned her head and said to the group of extraordinary young men and women behind her. It's no big deal. They can't pass ferocious Tiger Gorge. The leading extraordinary young man stepped out. Behind him, there were also hundreds of figures that soared into the sky, each of them emitting a vigorous aura. As these figures appeared, the sky started to change color. These were the young experts of the Great Will sect. They were here to help the Stone Dragon Empire. Kill. These young men and women had already fought against each other several times. When the two sides met again, they didn't even need to speak. Cold murderous aura rippled as vigorous attacks condensed. Under countless horrified gazes, the hundreds of figures fiercely clashed against each other. Rumble, terrifying energy surged crazily, as if it was going to tear the sky apart. A large part of the gorge below was destroyed. There were many martial Emperor realm experts in the gorge. The battle was on the verge of breaking out. On ferocious Tiger Gorge, countless soldiers of the Stone Dragon Empire also rushed out. The terrifying battle, the cries of killing and the muffled sounds of energy were like endless thunder. Waves of energy spread out and swept across the area like a storm. Kill. Blood for blood. Wipe out the Stone Dragon Empire and destroy the Qing family. The eyes of the Huang country's army were red. Their killing intent was cold. Waves of bloodthirsty battle intent trembled in their bodies. The terrifying battle intent spread through their blood and turned into a deep roar. It rushed out from ferocious Tiger Gorge and resounded through the clouds. Qi. Qing Shengnan stepped out in the sky. His body was surrounded by brilliance. The stone dragon wind and lightning sword was in his hand. His aura rippled through the sky. A blazing aura spread out. Du Xiaoqing's green dress fluttered as she appeared in front of Qing Shengnan, wrapped in green and red flames. Little Qing, do you have to do this? Stone City is a pity. Why do you have to make such a huge commotion and let blood flow like a river? Qing Shengnan said as he looked at Du Xiaoqing. What a pity. Blood for blood. If we don't wipe out the Stone Dragon Empire and destroy the Qing family, we won't be able to pay for the tens of thousands of lives in sacrificial Stone City. Du Yunlong's figure rushed out. He held his battle blade at an angle and shouted with a thunderous voice, the Qing family is immoral. They should be destroyed. As long as I'm here, the Stone Dragon Empire will exist. Qing Shengnan sighed. His light fluctuated, but there was an absolute majesty that made people feel intimidated. You can't stop me. Du Xiaoqing stepped out. She knew Qing Shengnan's strength. The Baifeng divine bird's body was activated. A terrifying aura rippled through the sky and burned the void. It made people's souls tremble. Qing Shengnan's eyes focused. His sword was wrapped in a dazzling radiance. It turned into sword shadows that covered the sky and surrounded Du Xiaoqing's body. During this period of time, the two girls had fought many times. However, it was difficult to determine a victor. Rumble, the entire fierce tiger gorge shook. The two armies were fully mobilized. It was a fierce battle. In a short period of time, blood flowed like a river. In the sky, the disciples of the ancient Heaven sect and the Great Luan sect were fighting. Yi Piaoling, Qin Guyu, the Black Dragon King, the General, Gu Xinyan, the silver-winged demonic eagle, the little tiger, and the others were fighting. Their battle was earth-shattering. It made people tremble in fear. No one could touch them. Amidst the chaotic battle, an elder was floating in the sky. His gaze swept across the fierce battle that was incessantly fierce. A cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. After which, his gaze locked onto Yi Piaoling, who was fighting in the crowd. Swish! The elder's figure disappeared from the void. When he reappeared, he was already behind Yi Piaoling. His face was cold as a lightning-like brilliance swept towards Yi Piaoling. Peak of the complete realm of the martial king realm. Yi Piaoling turned around and her expression changed. How sneaky! The Great Luan sect is really shameless. With a thunderous shout, a figure appeared in front of Yi Piaoling like a ghost. It was Yu Wanli. He punched his fist and blocked his opponent. The ancient Heaven sect had been paying attention to Yi Piaoling and Silver Fox. They wouldn't let the Great Luan sect succeed. It's about time. Follow the plan. Kill as many of them as possible to avoid future troubles. On the cliff of the mountain in the distance, an old man said. His hair was in a bun, and he wore plain clothes. His aura could distort space. It was the Taoist priest of Changdao. Yes. As the voice of the old Taoist of Changdao faded, many figures suddenly dashed out from all around. Their terrifying auras spread across the sky, causing the wind and clouds to surge in the high sky. Bastard of Changdao, come out. Don't hide. At the same time, dozens of figures came from the distance. Gu Qingyang's white robe fluttered. He shouted like thunder. Kill! Behind Gu Qingyang, Changmingzi, Hu Sankuan, and other strong cultivators flew out to stop the Great Luan sect. Chapter 967. Among those auras, there were a few that had already stepped into the honorable realm. Gu Qingyang, don't go too far. The old Taoist of Changdao dashed out, and his face looked terrible. He had become a laughing stock in the entire Zhongzhou state after being called a grandson. You lost the bet, grandson. How rude. Elder Gu Qingyang yelled. His feet tapped the air, and he dashed out. The long sword on his back was unsheathed, and the shadow of the sword instantly enveloped the old Taoist of Changdao. Seeing this, the old Taoist of Changdao's face turned serious, and he started to retreat quickly. It seemed that he didn't want to be entangled with Gu Qingyang. Recently, he had fought with Gu Qingyang more than 10 times, but he couldn't gain the upper hand every time. Instead, he suffered some losses. The old Taoist of Changdao knew that Gu Qingyang wasn't easy to deal with. Whoosh! Whoosh! As the old Taoist of Changdao retreated, streaks of sword radiance came raging. The sword radiance was tricky, and it covered the entire sky. Gu Qingyang, you can't do anything to me. Why bother? The old Taoist of Changdao sneered. As he defended himself, he said in a strange tone, "Do you think the ancient heaven sect can protect this tiny barren country?" As soon as he said that, the runes around the old Taoist of Changdao exploded, and he turned into countless shadows. Several attacks shattered the void, and he defended himself against Gu Qingyang's sword radiance. Then he yelled, "Everyone, attack with all your might. Don't leave any future troubles. Kill." As soon as the old Taoist of Changdao said that, the strong cultivators of the Great Will sect attacked with all their might, and they were entangled with the strong cultivators of the ancient heaven sect. Boom! In the sky, Qing Shengnan and Du Xiaoqing both retreated a little after colliding with each other. They looked at the tragic battlefield in the Tiger Gorge and sighed slightly. A shadow flashed in their eyes, and they said, "Grand Elders, please attack." Whoosh! Whoosh! As Qing Shengnan's voice fell, another 6 figures appeared in the distant sky. 6 astonishing auras rippled out. Among the 6 people, there was an old man in a wide purple robe. He was Ren Leizuan, who had come to escort the disciples to the Divine Thunder Mountain range. The other 5 were old men who looked to be in their 60s. What was strange was that these 5 people looked exactly the same, but their clothes were different. The light on their bodies was dazzling, as if they were enveloped by the sun. Although the cultivation aura of these 5 people was not as good as that of the old Taoist of Changdao and Elder Gu Qingyang, they were definitely at the venerable realm. They were not below Leizuan. When these 6 people appeared, 6 venerable realm auras enveloped the entire ferocious Tiger Gorge. The 5th lightning of the Divine Light Court, who has just ascended to Martial Venerable. Elder Gu Qingyang, who was entangled with the old Taoist of Changdao, suddenly darkened his eyes when he sensed those auras. Although the 5 people other than Ren Leizuan were not very powerful among the venerables of the central state, they were quintuplets. When the 5 of them worked together, they could kill opponents who were at a higher level. Therefore, they were very famous in the central state. Gu Qingyang, the ancient heaven sect can't protect the small barren country today. The old Taoist of Changdao sneered. He seemed to have known that the Divine Light Court had secretly sent experts, so he took the initiative to entangle Elder Gu Qingyang. Kill! Ren Leizuan glanced down indifferently. His voice was cold and emotionless. There was a chill in his indifference. Then, he pounced out together with the 5 old men beside him. Bang! 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 Wherever the 6 people passed, many demonic beasts in the heavenly beast hall exploded. Wherever the 6 people passed, everything was swept away. Oh no! Du Xiaoqing looked serious. 6 venerable realm experts appeared again. Even she could not stop them now. The people of the Great Will sect were entangled with the experts of the ancient heaven sect. These 6 venerable realm experts were enough to sweep the entire barren country. Xiaoqing, this is your last chance. The barren country will withdraw from the Stone Dragon Empire and never invade again. The Stone Dragon Empire will not pursue the barren country, Qing Shengnan said to Du Xiaoqing's body. Du Xiaoqing's body was hovering in the air. Her hot aura was whistling. At this moment, she could not decide. With the addition of the 6 venerable realm experts, the barren country was at a disadvantage. You are just ants. The army of the barren country tried to stop them. Ren Lezuan waved his hand and a terrifying palm print fell. Many people were crushed and screamed in pain. This is strange and extraordinary. If you stay, you will be a disaster. Die. Ren Lezuan then looked at the little tiger who was not far away. His eyes were cold. He had seen the little tiger in the space-time talisman array. He could not help but be afraid of such a talent. The best way was to strangle it in the cradle. Boom! Ren Lezuan attacked and swept his palm towards the little tiger. The little tiger was only at the Beast Emperor realm. Ren Lezuan was at the Venerable realm. If they were to fight head-on, the little tiger would be severely injured even if it did not die. Roar! The little tiger flapped its wings and black talisman symbols soared into the sky. Terrifying chi waves swept out. One could clearly see a faint golden ripple spreading out like a tsunami. It wanted to resist Ren Lezuan. Evil creature, you are still far from enough. Today, I will end you. Ren Lezuan shouted coldly. His killing intent shot out. The terrifying palm print carried the power of lightning and was about to touch the little tiger's paw print. In Ren Lezuan's imagination, although the black tiger was not ordinary, with his killing intent, it was enough to kill it and prevent it from causing trouble in the future. Then, just as Ren Lezuan's palm print was about to touch the little tiger's paw print, a monstrous chill suddenly spread out from the bottom of his heart. As the chill rose from the bottom of his heart, even Ren Lezuan's soul began to tremble. Intense uneasiness surged in his heart. Ren Lezuan quickly retreated. To be able to live for so long and step into the Venerable realm, he had always believed in his premonition. However, just as Ren Lezuan was about to pull back, a strange purple figure appeared in front of him in a ghost-like manner. A fist print wrapped in lightning directly collided with the palm print that Ren Lezuan did not have the time to withdraw from the little tiger in an incomparably overbearing manner. Boom! There was a muffled sound that sounded like thunder. Many people looked on in shock as they saw Ren Le the Venerable's palm shatter. Subsequently, like a chain reaction, a wave of purple gold light entwined and wrapped around his body. Under Ren Lezuan's shocked gaze, his body directly exploded into a bloody fog. As his eyes shrunk, he finally saw a purple-robed young man appear in front of him. The purple-robed young man was the Weapon Emperor, Xiao Feng, who had crossed paths with him before. He was also Du Xiaofu. The purple-robed young man who suddenly appeared stood in the air and swept his gaze across the entire battlefield. Then, he turned around and looked at the huge little tiger's lantern-like eyes behind him. He asked in a gentle voice, "Are you all right?" Third young master. After the little tiger's eyes were in a daze, he suddenly trembled. Then, his dull and stunned eyes surged with joy. Xiaofu. Third brother. Third young master. President. Looking at the purple-robed young man who suddenly appeared in the sky above the battlefield, many people in the surroundings were instantly stunned. Then, a large number of people on the battlefield instantly surged with wild joy. Suddenly, loud shouts resounded in the battlefield. Although they hadn't seen each other for many years, his resolute face was immediately recognized by everyone. The brave God King is here. Many people in the Stone Dragon Empire's army were astonished. Lezuan has fallen. The 5 remaining martial honorable realm masters from the Great Will sect and the Divine Light Court who had suddenly appeared were shocked. Ren Le the Venerable was killed in one move. What kind of terrifying strength was required to do that? Be careful, at that moment, 5 towering auras surged out at lightning speed. The remaining 5 martial honorable realm masters from the Divine Light Court pounced at the same time. 5 terrifying runes surged into the sky and were extremely powerful. They shook the empty space and roared together with the empty space. The runes on the 5 talismans were densely packed and they turned into terrifying energy. Like a storm, they enveloped Du Xiaofu and their auras were destructive. That was the combined attack of the 5 Thunder Suns and the other 4. The power of the combined attack of 5 martial honorable realm masters was imaginable. Be careful. In the face of the combined attack of the 5 martial honorable realm masters, Sima Muhan, Du Xiaoman, Du Yunlong and many others were shocked and shouted out loud. While everyone was worried, Du Xiaofu calmly stood in the sky. Then, under everyone's gaze, he swept his hand across the 5 martial honorable realm masters in front of him. As he swept his hand across, purplish gold runes surged out and turned into the shadow of a rock with golden wings. There were purplish gold lightning arcs around it and it looked like a rock. Rumble, this was Du Xiaofu's sky-shaking wings. When he swept his wings, a terrifying shockwave swept out and caused the empty space above the fierce tiger gorge to explode. Purple lightning filled the sky. Whoosh, monstrous lightning filled the sky and spread far into the empty space. Under the shocked gazes of the crowd, they watched in disbelief as the 5 martial honorables flew out without any warning from Du Xiaofu's palm. The 5 martial honorables spat out mouthfuls of blood. The 5 of them fell back and their eyes were filled with shock. Under Sumo's terrifying power, they were no match for him. Streaks of lightning energy wreaked havoc in their bodies and caused them to be severely injured. Everyone was shocked and many of the top powers in the Great Will sect were shocked. Ku, seeing that the 5 martial honorable realm masters were severely injured by Du Xiaofu, the general, Yi Piaoling, Little Tiger, Chen Guyu, Peerless Sword King, Du Yunlong, Medicine King Yi Wuming and the others were dumbfounded and they gasped. After severely injuring the 5 martial honorable realm masters, Du Xiaofu did not even look at them. He looked around the battlefield and waved his hand. His voice pierced through the sky and he said, "Kill them all." Rumble, as Du Xiaofu's voice sounded, an ominous aura fluctuation exploded in the sky. Wave after wave of frightening chilliness descended upon this region of space. Then, everyone looked up and saw 8 figures appear in the sky. In a few flashes, they appeared above the battlefield. A few of the figures exuded terrifying auras. The ominous aura caused everyone's soul to tremble. Why does it seem like the evil spirit aura from the sealed ancient lands? The general, Gu Xinyan, Du Xiaoman, Shui Ruhan, Sima Muhan and the others lifted their heads to look at the figures. The ominous aura was similar to the evil spirit aura from the sealed ancient lands. A few martial honorable realm masters. Many of the top powers in the ancient sky sect were shocked. At that moment, there were a few martial honorable realm masters among the people who came with Du Xiaofu. Their auras were extraordinary. Hee, so many people. There is enough human blood. Those of you from the barren country, step back. The blood vine spirit shouted coldly. His voice was sharp and piercing as it reverberated in the sky. A man in a dark red robe floated in the sky and a terrifying ominous aura surged. Attack. Kill them all. Shou Sha roared. He looked around and immediately charged towards one of the martial honorable realm masters from the divine light court, who had been forced back by Du Xiaofu. Behind him, Hun Xie, Phantom and the blood vine spirit also charged across the sky. Their ominous auras filled the sky. When the few of them attacked, their ominous auras permeated the heavens and the earth. The entire ferocious tiger gorge was chilling and it caused one's soul to tremble. He is back. At that moment, Qing Xingnan's body trembled in the sky. The person she was most worried about had appeared at that moment. Chapter 968. I'm finally out. Luckily, I made it in time. Du Xiaoyao's enormous golden ape body soared through the air. His aura was like the beginning of the world, and even Paragon-level cultivators had to retreat. Light shot into the sky from his mouth, and he was still chewing on a mouthful of talisman weapons and Dao weapons as snacks. Feeling Du Xiaoyao's aura, Du Xiaofu trembled slightly. Compared to the little tiger and little green, Du Xiaoyao's aura was much stronger. This is your last chance. Go and talk to my brother. Du Xiaoqing's huge Baifeng divine bird body looked down at Qing Xingnan. Then, green and red talisman weapons surged out of her huge body and turned into human form. Her young and beautiful body quickly flew to Du Xiaofu's side. She pounced on him excitedly and said, "Brother, I knew you were fine." "Bastard, are you fine?" "Third brother." Sima Muhan, Du Xiaoman, Du Yunlong and the others took the opportunity to force their opponents back. They immediately went to Du Xiaofu's side. "Sorry, I came out a little late, and also came a little late." Du Xiaofu looked at the familiar faces in front of him. He didn't greet them properly when they were in the sealed ancient lands. Now, he met them again on the battlefield. Luckily, everyone was fine now. However, Du Xiaofu knew very well that if he came a little later, the consequences would be unimaginable. "It's good that you're here. You're not too late." Sima Muhan's gaze swept across the battlefield. In the end, her gaze landed on Qing Xingnan, who was in the air in front of her. Luckily I'm not too late." Du Xiaofu smiled at Sima Muhan and the others. Then, he patted his second brother Du Yunlong's shoulder and said, "Leave the rest to me. Be careful. The Great Luan sect has many honorable realm cultivators too." Du Yunlong reminded Du Xiaofu. He was also a little worried. "Don't worry." Du Xiaofu smiled at his second brother, Du Yunlong. Then, he stepped into the void and immediately traversed the space. His target was the 5 Lightning Child and the other 4 from the Divine Light Court who were currently fighting against the Bloodvine Demon, Hun Xie, Phantom, and Shou Sha. At this moment, the heavily injured 5 Lazy and the other 4 had joined forces to form a combined attack formation in the sky. Although 5 Thunder Child was severely injured, he still had a terrifying aura. The 5 of them each possessed the cultivation of a newly ascended martial saint. However, at that moment, when the 5 of them joined forces, they naturally possessed a mysterious technique that caused their auras to increase greatly. When the 5 of them joined forces, they were infinitely comparable to a mysterious martial saint. The Phantom's body was surrounded by a murderous aura. The Blood Vine transformed into a giant vine. The Beast Killer transformed into a giant beast that looked like a tiger, wolf, and a lion. Hun Xie transformed into a giant body. Many of the surrounding experts were shocked. However, under the joint attack of these 4 people, although they could directly suppress 5 Thunder Child, it would be difficult to completely kill him in a short period of time. Divine Light Court. Du Xiaofu raised his head. Golden light spread out from his eyes. A vast and overbearing aura swept out from his body, causing the surrounding space to tremble violently. Then, his figure disappeared from where he stood. "Let me deal with these 5. You guys go deal with the others first." When Du Xiaofu's figure reappeared, he was already in front of Phantom and the other 3. "Yes, third young master." Phantom, Shou Sha, Hun Xie, and the Bloodvine Demon immediately retreated and left at lightning speed. At this moment, 5 Lazy looked at Du Xiaofu, who had just appeared. Fear and dread could be seen in his eyes on his pale face. 5 Thunder Child did not choose to escape. With their age and reputation in the Central Plains, if they were to escape from the hands of a junior, they would not be able to face anyone in the future. Moreover, they felt that they still had a chance. They had just been careless previously. 5 Thunder in 1. The 5 of them shouted in unison. Then, each of them formed a hand seal. The surrounding dark chi surged as the energy of heaven and earth condensed. Dazzling talisman runes spread out with lightning and finally spread above the void. At this moment, 5 Thunder Child and the other 4 started to glow. The aura of the martial honorable realm swept out. Their bodies flickered like blazing divine flames, drowning the void. Finally, the talisman runes in front of the 5 of them gathered together and turned into a giant shadow that was dozens of feet tall. The giant shadow had an inexplicable aura all over it, and there were thousands of lightning streaks falling from it. Boom! The giant shadow roared like thunder. Accompanied by a terrifying aura, it charged toward Du Xiaofu to destroy him. The giant shadow was terrifying. Its roar was more deafening than thunder. Terrifying energy covered the sky as if the ancient thunder god had descended. That's the most powerful attack of the five Thunder Child. It's enough to kill those of the same cultivation level. It can even fight against those of a higher cultivation level. Many experts in the Great Will sect and the Ancient Heaven sect exclaimed when they saw the joint attack of the five Thunder Child and the other four. Du Xiaofu moved. He stepped on the void and soared into the sky. Boom! At the same time, Du Xiaofu's eyes were filled with dazzling golden light. Golden light shot out from his back and a terrifying aura swept out. A pair of real golden wings spread out from Du Xiaofu's back. In the dazzling golden light, there were golden talisman runes flashing. It was as if the shadow of a golden-winged rock flapped its wings and soared into the sky with surging power. This domineering and terrifying power made the old Taoist of Changdao and elder Gu Qingyang, who were fighting in the distance, tremble. Du Xiaofu flapped his wings and soared into the sky. The wings on his back were the real golden-winged rock supreme beast energy that he had obtained from the Ancient Heaven sect. Whoosh! Du Xiaofu flapped his wings, and a huge golden vortex formed under his wings. The golden light was dazzling, and there was a buzzing sound of wind and thunder. It was as if a golden-winged rock was roaring, and its aura made people's souls tremble. Du Xiaofu flapped his wings and flew across the space. He didn't move much at this moment. He just flapped his wings and crashed into the huge shadow of the giant. The golden talisman runes on the wings on his back flashed like countless golden thunderbolts. At this moment, Du Xiaofu's body seemed small compared to the huge shadow of the giant. However, Du Xiaofu's aura was like that of a real golden-winged rock born into the world. It flapped its wings and looked down on the world, suppressing all living beings. This was the supreme beast energy of the golden-winged rock. It was as if it could cover the ancient times and shoot down the stars. It was as if it could fly up to 90,000 miles. In the sealed ancient land, Du Xiaofu couldn't use the golden-winged rock to use this ability. After his rebirth, he had been hiding his identity and didn't have the chance to use it. However, they didn't know that this ability was definitely one of Du Xiaofu's most powerful trump cards at this moment. It was the real trump card. Du Xiaofu's figure flashed past, and the golden talisman runes covered the void. It could suppress the ancient times and suppress all living beings. The huge shadow controlled by the five Thunder Sons was in a deadlock in front of Du Xiaofu, who didn't retreat. Instead, it moved forward. Then, under the horrified gazes of countless people, the huge shadow was destroyed. It turned into dazzling talisman runes and thunderbolts and dissipated in the void. Rock's chaos-crushing claw. Du Xiaofu flapped his wings and appeared. He waved his hand, and a claw print was formed. It was powerful enough to tear the sky and crush the stars. Swish! The two elders among the five Thunder Sons were still spitting blood when their bodies were crushed. They turned into blood mist and scattered in the sky. Run! The remaining three had blood dripping from their mouths. They were horrified and fled in panic. Where do you think you're going? Du Xiaofu shouted in a domineering manner. He punched out with a thunderbolt fist. Terrifying thunderbolts swept out, and the body of an elder was smashed into pieces. This expert of the Divine Light Court died under the Divine Light Thunderstorm of the Divine Light Court. Swish! A fingerprint swept out. It was the lightning finger of the Divine Light Court. The fourth of the five Thunder Sons was killed again. His chest was pierced by the fingerprint, and his body fell to the ground. In the end, the little tiger took the opportunity to open its mouth and swallow the elder's body. It gained the benefits of a venerable expert's body. Swish! The speed of the rock's golden wings was incredible. Du Xiaofu appeared in front of the last of the five Thunder Sons. He stretched out his hand and the golden claw print could distort the space. He directly grabbed the neck of the elder who had just reached the martial venerable realm and lifted him into the void. The 5 martial venerables were powerful enough to fight against a martial venerable. However, at this moment, they were destroyed by Du Xiaofu. 4 of them had been killed like ants, causing the surroundings to fall silent. Countless gazes stopped fighting and looked at each other in shock. Blood for blood. Du Xiaofu roared like thunder. At this moment, his golden eyes were like the eyes of a real golden-winged rock, able to look down on the earth. Without any hesitation, Du Xiaofu twisted his neck and broke the neck of the last survivor of the 5 lightning sons. He was deader than dead. 5 martial venerables were killed in the blink of an eye. The Stone Dragon Empire and the Great Luan sect's members were terrified by the ferocious killing intent and terrifying strength. They couldn't help but gasp. So powerful. Phantom, Hun Xie, Shou Sha and the Blood Vine were shocked. They knew that the purple-robed young man had been polite to them when they were in the sealed ancient lands. After killing the 5 martial venerables, Du Xiaofu's expression did not change. Golden light shot out from his eyes and the rock's golden wings spread out behind him. Wind and thunder rumbled. It was so powerful that it shocked everyone. Medicine King Yi Wuming stood in the void and many puppets surrounded him. His grey robe fluttered in the wind as he looked at the elder of the Great Luan sect who was fighting with the ancient Sky sect. He said to Du Xiaofu, "Xiaofu, do you see him? It's him, the clear Luan emperor of the Great Luan sect. He and Qing Fancher turned Stone City into a river of blood. You will pay for this blood." Swish swish, as Medicine King Yi Wuming spoke, Du Xiaofu's golden eyes suddenly looked at the elder. A monstrous killing intent shot out from his eyes and thunder rumbled in the depths of the void. Not good. When the clear Luan emperor felt Du Xiaofu's killing intent and saw the 5 thunder sons being killed by Du Xiaofu, the clear Luan emperor, who was fighting with the ancient Sky sect's expert, turned pale. He knew that things were not going well. His soul trembled and a bone-chilling chill rose in his heart. Chapter 969. Qingluan, looks like someone wants to pay you back. Elder Hu Sankuan, who was fighting with the Qingluan emperor, laughed aloud. He no longer fought with the Qingluan emperor and immediately retreated to find another opponent. Qi La. As the golden light spread out, Du Xiaofu spread his wings and appeared before the clear Luan emperor. He stared at the clear Luan emperor with a chilling gaze. What do you want to do? Under Du Xiaofu's cold gaze and invisible pressure, the Qingluan emperor actually trembled in fear. He didn't know why he asked that question as he trembled all over. Du Xiaofu ignored the clear Luan emperor's words. He responded to the clear Luan emperor by moving. He directly reached towards the clear Luan emperor with a wave of his hand. A terrifying golden light swept out, condensing into supreme fury. "Save me, Elder Jing Su, save me!" The Qingluan emperor cried out for help. It seemed like there were still experts from the Great Luan sect hiding nearby. Du Xiaofu was slightly surprised by the Qingluan emperor's words. However, he didn't pay it any mind and directly pounced towards the Qingluan emperor. Looking at Du Xiaofu leaping in front of him and his domineering aura sweeping out, the Qingluan emperor's eyes widened in shock. His pupils constricted, and his trembling soul became sluggish. "Brat, the people of the Great Luan sect aren't people you can touch." Just as Du Xiaofu's claw was about to reach the Qingluan emperor, an indifferent voice rang out from the depths of the void. Then, a crack was forcefully torn open in space and a figure stepped out. As this person appeared, the world immediately tightened and trembled. A slender figure appeared in the void, freezing the surrounding space for no reason. So powerful. Under this aura, Du Xiaofu suddenly noticed that this person's aura was so powerful that it could cause the world's energy to change. It was probably even more powerful than his master, Gu Qingyang. It might even be close to his first senior uncle, Quang Zun, and second senior uncle, fairy you. Elder Jing Su, save me, save me. As the figure appeared, the Qingluan Emperor immediately cried out for help as if he had seen a life-saving straw. The Qingluan Emperor didn't have the confidence to fight against Du Xiaofu. Even 5 lazy had been killed. As a half-step martial sovereign, he didn't have the ability to fight back. Young man, you're not bad. It's a pity that you dare to touch my great Luan sect. You can't be forgiven. The figure was an old man in his 70s. His long robes. As he spoke, the world's energy in the surrounding world began to fluctuate at a shocking speed. And a claw as sharp as a claw, 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 and grabbed at it Xiaofu. Jing Su, Jr., Jingshu, get lost. At the same time, a cold shout sounded from behind Du Xiaofu. As the voice sounded, a figure stood in front of Jing Su from the Great Luan sect in a ghostly manner for Du Xiaofu. In the blink of an eye, a stream of energy collided with the former's claw. Walala, there wasn't a loud explosion. Only dazzling runes spread in all directions. Bang! However, this didn't last for long. As the rune energy spread, a figure flew out like a bird with broken wings. In the end, it landed heavily on a cliff in the ferocious Tiger Gorge. Under such a terrifying force, many cracks immediately appeared on the cliff. The person who fell was Jing Su, who had just appeared from the Great Luan sect. Ugh! Jing Su spat out a mouthful of blood. He looked at the figure who had just attacked. It was a burly man with a wretched look in his eyes. However, at this moment, his charm was natural. As he stepped into the void, his aura made Jing Su tremble. Saint Array Prodigy, you are the Saint Array Prodigy. Jing Su blankly stared at the burly man for a moment. Soon after, he was shocked and involuntarily cried out. The eyes on his old face were completely filled with fear. When the word Saint Array Prodigy sounded, many experts from the Great Luan sect and the Ancient Heaven sect suddenly looked over. A few hundred years ago, that name had shocked the entire Central Plains and swept away the symbol masters of the 9 great factions. Brother Qin Chun has made his move. On the other hand, when Du Yunlong, Du Xiaoman, the Dark Wirm King, and the others saw that Qin Chun was able to slap away such an expert with a single move, all of their eyes surged with happiness. Only at this moment did they truly understand how frightening that Brother Qin Chun was. Save me, save me. A miserable cry sounded. In a short moment, Du Xiaofu had already grabbed the Clear Luan Emperor by the neck and captured him like an ant. The Clear Luan Emperor's face was flushed red as he let out a miserable cry. At this moment, the Clear Luan sovereign no longer had the imposing manner he had when he started a massacre in the Stone City. Only now did he regret going to the Stone City. He originally thought that with the Great Luan sect behind him, he wouldn't have to fear anyone. But now, he knew that he was wrong. Kid, let go of my Great Luan sect, or the Great Luan sect will never let you go. Elder Jingshu struggled to climb out of the stone wall, blood dripping from the corner of her mouth. She looked at Du Xiaofu, who had captured the Clear Luan Emperor. Her eyes were solemn, and her expression was cold. She was absolutely fearful of the Holy Matrix prodigy Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu looked at the Clear Luan Emperor, who was like an ant in his hand. At this moment, there was not much anger in his eyes and he had become extremely calm. However, it was this kind of calmness that made people feel even more terrified. This kind of calmness was too calm. A debt of blood must be paid with blood. You will pay the price for the lives of tens of thousands of people in Stone City. Du Xiaofu did not care about Jing Su at all as he spoke coldly to the Clear Luan Emperor. Under the Clear Luan Emperor's fearful gaze, Du Xiaofu stretched out his hand and tore off the Clear Luan Emperor's only arm. Chi La, then, it was the Clear Luan Emperor's left leg, followed by his right leg, blood spurted and flesh splattered. The Clear Luan Emperor howled in agony. His shrill voice reverberated, making people's hair stand on end. His body was covered in blood. Rumble. Then, Du Xiaofu threw the Clear Luan Emperor's body onto a cliff below. One punch had shattered the spirit gate, one punch had shattered the primordial spirit, and one claw had torn the body apart. Blood was dripping, organs were broken, and white bones were exposed. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere. Finally, Du Xiaofu threw the Clear Luan Emperor's body into the top of the cliff, leaving behind a pair of terrified eyes. Ah! The Clear Luan Emperor let out a miserable shriek that sounded like the cries of ghosts. Everyone present felt a chill run down their spines. The entire battlefield was eerily silent. Countless people trembled and their hair stood on end. The visual impact of that scene made one's hair stand on end. Just looking at it made one's soul tremble. The young man was like a savage beast. He was definitely not an ordinary person. How ruthless. Phantom, Hun Xie, Xueting Sha, and Shou Sha were shocked when they saw that scene. I'll keep your life and your eyes. I'll show you the consequences of messing with my desolate country. Du Xiaofu's final punch landed on the Clear Luan Emperor's mouth. Half of his face was smashed into mush. His bones were broken and his flesh was mangled. The Clear Luan Emperor only left behind a pair of eyes. Half of his body was embedded in the cliff, allowing him to overlook the entire ferocious tiger gorge. However, he could no longer let out a wretched cry. He was unable to close his eyes and his shrunk pupils were filled with extreme fear. The Clear Luan Emperor would rather fall into the 18th level of hell than suffer such a fate. However, he couldn't even let out a wretched cry. The hundreds of disciples and experts of the Great Luan sect felt a chill in their hearts when they saw the bloody scene. They couldn't help but shiver. Du Xiaofu, my Great Luan sect swears that we won't let you off. Jing Su shouted. His voice was as loud as thunder and his old face was distorted. You've just become a Nirvana Marshal Honorable. You don't have the right to make decisions here. Shut up. Do you believe that I won't make all of you stay in the ferocious Tiger Gorge forever? Zhen Qingchun, the prodigy of the Sacred Array, shouted and glanced at Jing Su. Looking at Zhen Qingchun, Jing Su's gaze couldn't help but tremble. He naturally knew what the Sacred Array prodigy had done to the Great Luan sect. The debt of blood in Shur City cannot be repaid by one person. I, Du Xiaofu, swear that I won't rest until the Great Luan sect is dead. The debt of blood must be repaid with blood. Du Xiaofu stared coldly at Jing Su. Under his calm gaze, Jing Su trembled. Looking at the ripples in the depths of Du Xiaofu's eyes, Jing Su felt as though he had seen a peerless ferocious bird staring at him. The depths of his soul couldn't help but tremble. Buzz. There was a flash of golden light. Du Xiaofu clenched his hegemon shadow tightly and a terrifying aura spread out. He flapped his wings and soared into the sky. This time, Du Xiaofu pounced towards the Great Luan sect. Be careful. Jing Su shouted and was about to rush over. Just stay here. Zhen Qingchun took action. He waved his hand and a stream of runes slashed towards Jing Su. A terrifying aura erupted and froze the space, trapping Jing Su within it. You've taken that step. At this moment, Jing Su's eyes looked as though he had seen a ghost. He looked at Zhen Qingchun in horror. It's just half a step, but you can't even withstand a single blow. Zhen Qingchun said indifferently. He flicked his sleeves and controlled everything within the frozen space. Sacred Array prodigy, you can't touch me. Do you really think that a small desolate country can contend against my Great Luan sect? At this moment, Jing Su seemed to have sensed something and his eyes were filled with absolute fear. However, in this frozen space, he was like an ant. He couldn't break free from the shackles of the glorious sun radiance. I hate it when people threaten me. The Great Luan sect is nothing. Don't forget that there's still the ancient Heaven sect and the 7-star Hull. I'll destroy you today. Let's see what your Great Luan sect can do to me. Zhen Qingquan's indifferent expression suddenly became as furious as thunder. He waved his hand at Jing Su from afar, and an invisible wave immediately swept towards Jing Su. That invisible energy fluctuation suddenly condensed into an energy rune handprint in front of Jing Su, and finally slapped on his body. Chapter 970. Pft. The radiance of the sun that erupted from Jing Su's body was shattered like tofu under Zhen Qingquan's handprint. Under the palm, terrifying energy poured down and tore Jing Su's clothes into pieces. She spat out a mouthful of blood. Bang bang, in the end, her body flew out and smashed into the wall of the tiger gorge below like a meteorite. The huge rock shattered and her vitality was destroyed. Such a pinnacle powerhouse was deader than dead under Zhen Qingquan's palm at this moment, causing countless gazes to tremble in fear. Kill! Du Xiaofu had already rushed into the Great Luan Sect's formation. He struck out with his overlord shadow and a martial royal realm disciple was split into two before he could react. After that, Du Xiaofu's tyrannical shadow swept out and turned into a greenish-golden sword shadow whip. The two Great Luan Sect's disciples from afar did not even know what had happened and were already dead. Bang bang! The golden wings of the great rock flapped and a few Great Luan Sect disciples were crushed. Du Xiaofu turned around and punched a Great Luan Sect disciple. The Ancient Heaven Sect's disciples, the general, Gu Xinyan, the Black Dragon King and the others who were fighting with the Great Luan Sect's disciples were stunned. They lamented that Duanling Tian was getting more and more ferocious. They immediately retreated to avoid affecting Duanling Tian's attack. Hurry up and defend against him together. Hurry! Many of the Great Luan Sect's disciples were shocked. They immediately activated their talisman weapons and Dao weapons and attacked Du Xiaofu with all their might. Don't waste your Dao weapons and talisman weapons. Du Xiaoyao's redbone horse monkey body flew across the sky. He was not afraid of the Great Luan Sect's disciples' attacks. He opened his mouth and swallowed the talisman weapons and Dao weapons as fast as lightning. He then chewed them with relish. Pft! Du Xiaofu struck out with his sword. It contained the Overlord Sword Principle and killed a dozen Great Luan Sect's disciples. He punched out again with thunder and lightning. Another few Great Luan Sect's disciples were crushed by Du Xiaofu. Kill! Du Xiaofu shouted, golden light shooting out from his eyes. Even though the Great Luan Sect was a colossus, Du Xiaofu knew that if he were to back down, the Great Luan Sect would only become more aggressive. If he were to be more aggressive, the Great Luan Sect would still be wary. Thus, Du Xiaofu was on a killing spree at this moment. The debt of blood in Stone City could not be repaid with just one clear Luan king. So what if it was the Great Will Sect? He still had the 7-star Hall and the Ancient Heaven Sect behind him. Blood flowed like a river in Stone City as tens of thousands of people were massacred. The old, the weak, the women, and the children were not spared. This made Du Xiaofu unable to suppress the anger in his heart. In the blink of an eye, dozens of Great Will Sect's disciples were killed by Du Xiaofu. They were the elites of the Great Luan Sect's younger generation. The death of any one of them was enough to make the Great Luan Sect feel heartache. Quick, focus on Du Xiaofu. Everyone else, fall back, fall back. The Taoist priest of Changdao's expression changed. He kept shouting with fear in his eyes. Elder Jingshu was killed. At this moment, Du Xiaofu was on a killing spree. Du Xiaofu had brought many experts with him, and Gu Qingyang was also there. The Great Will Sect was no longer able to resist. The Taoist priest of Changdao's Taoist heart was about to shatter. Where do you think you're going? The experts of the Ancient Heaven Sect shouted. They used all their strength to entangle the venerables of the Great Will Sect. They did not allow those venerables to intervene at all. Moreover, after seeing that 5 lazy was killed in an instant, the ordinary venerables of the Great Will Sect did not have the guts to deal with Du Xiaofu. Qi! Du Xiaofu's figure appeared in front of an extraordinary young man. He was one of the top talents of the younger generation of the Great Will sect, second only to Dongli Chihuang. Runes spread around the young man. Mist was faintly discernible. He had the bearing of a human king and was imposing. A debt of blood must be paid with blood. Du Xiaofu shouted in a deep voice. He directly slashed out with his sword, which contained the dominating way of the sword. The young man tried his best to resist, but in the end, he could not withstand a single blow and died directly. Bastard, the Great Will sect will never let you go. The Taoist priest of Changdao collapsed. His heart was bleeding. That was the genius of the younger generation of the Great Will sect. He could become the top expert of the Great Will sect in the future. Over the years, the Great Will sect had spent countless resources and efforts to cultivate him. But now, he was killed by Du Xiaofu just like that. Is the Ancient Heaven sect afraid of your Great Will sect? Elder Gu Qingyang shouted in a deep voice. He was in a good mood. He attacked with all his strength. The sword shadow shattered the void, making it impossible for the Taoist priest of Changdao to escape. Run, run quickly. The disciples of the Great Will sect were frightened. The ferocious Du Xiaofu was not someone their peers could compete with. They all retreated together. Kill. Du Xiaofu was in a killing frenzy. He would not let them go easily. The wings on his back flapped, and a terrible golden light burst out. The energy was surging like the ocean, sweeping everything in its path. It was extremely overbearing. Ah, save me, the disciples of the Great Will sect screamed. One by one, the extraordinary disciples exploded. Their bodies collapsed and turned into a bloody mist. The Great Will sect has offended Uncle Master Du this time. I'm afraid their intestines are green with regret. The disciples of the Ancient Heaven sect were stunned. They gasped. Bastard, Du Xiaofu, the Great Will sect will never let you go. Disciples of the Great Will sect, retreat quickly. Among the experts of the Great Will sect, there were shouts. Some were furious, some were heartbroken, and some were regretful. Run, run quickly. The remaining disciples of the Great Will sect fled quickly. The dignified disciples of the Great Will sect were fleeing like stray dogs at this moment. Kill. Du Xiaofu chased after them. With the dominating shadow in his hand, he spread his wings. His whole body was overflowing with golden light as he swept away all his opponents. As long as they met the disciples of the Great Will sect of Du Xiaofu, blood would splatter everywhere. He was like a peerless god of death. That terrifying killing intent and ferocious overbearingness caused the army in the fierce Tiger Gorge to stop. No one dared to imagine that Du Xiaofu alone could slaughter the peak disciples of the Great Will sect of the same generation and make them flee like stray dogs. Du Xiaofu went on a killing spree as he chased after the disciples of the Great Will sect. His actions were swift and fierce. Blood splattered everywhere from time to time. Ah, no, Du Xiaofu's actions were clean and swift. The disciples of the Great Will sect screamed and wailed in pain. In the end, even the Ancient Heaven sect, Yi Piaoling, Qian Guyu, and the others stopped. There was nothing for them to do. More than 100 of the Great Will sect's younger generation had been slaughtered by Du Xiaofu alone. The rest of them were in a mess and were fleeing in panic. The president is too cruel. Duo Sha, An Yaing, and the others sucked in a breath of cold air. Their hearts trembled as they watched. In the end, many of the Great Will sect's disciples managed to escape from the pursuit. Du Xiaofu did not chase too far. At this time, nearly 200 of the disciples of the Great Will sect had been killed by Du Xiaofu. Retreat, retreat quickly. The old Taoist of Changdao and the other experts of the Great Will sect cried out in heartache as they retreated with all their might. With the divine array prodigy in Gu Qingyang here, they could not take any advantage at all. They could only plan for the future. They could only swallow this loss today. Bastards of the Great Will sect, don't run if you dare. The experts of the Great Will sect no longer wanted to fight. The experts of the Ancient Heaven sect shouted, but they did not chase after them. The experts of the Ancient Heaven sect knew that the overall strength of the Great Will sect was similar to that of the Great Will sect. If they were anxious, the final result would be a lose-lose. Moreover, the Great Will sect was the one who suffered a great loss now. Cheng Xingnan stood in the void and watched as the 6 honorables of the Divine Light Court were killed and the disciples of the Great Will sect were slaughtered. In the end, they fled pathetically. At this moment, deep in his eyes, he seemed to have lost something. All of you, stop. Seeing that the Great Will sect was fleeing like a stray dog, Du Xiaofu turned his head and looked at the ferocious tiger gorge. His faint voice resounded like thunder. Rumbling sound waves resounded. Among the armies of the 2 countries, many people who were fighting felt their minds tremble. The sound waves were deafening, and in the end, they all retreated. Roar! The demonic beast army of the heavenly beast hall retreated, and their roars resounded through the clouds. Greetings, President. Greetings, Rock Emperor. The desolate country's army retreated, and the mountains and plains all knelt in the sky and on the ground. At this moment, the fierce young man with golden wings in the void made the blood of the desolate country's army boil. That young man killed the honorables as if they were nothing, and the Great Will sect was utterly defeated. They fled like stray dogs. How tyrannical was that young man! How peerless and magnificent was he! On the other hand, at the ferocious Tiger Gorge, the Stone Dragon Empire's army was trembling with fear. The experts of the Divine Light Court were all killed, and the Great Will sect fled with casualties. The Stone Dragon Empire's backing and support had collapsed. Previously, the brave God King slaughtered the Tianhu Empire and the other 2 empires in Enlightenment City for the Stone Dragon Empire. Now, it's only the Divine Light Court and the Great Will sect, and the brave God King is also doing it for the desolate country. Among the Stone Dragon Empire's army that had defected to the desolate country, many of them were trembling and whispering. Many martial marquises sighed. Du Xiaofu stepped into the air and slowly scanned the Stone Dragon Empire's army around the ferocious Tiger Gorge. His indifferent voice sounded again, but it was like thunder that suddenly exploded in the sky. Qing family, do you really think that I'm easy to bully? Do you really think that I won't kill? As soon as he finished speaking, Du Xiaofu waved his hand and a hand seal was formed. Suddenly, a terrifying aura spread out from his body and thunder clouds suddenly condensed in the sky. In a short time, purple lightning began to intertwine around Du Xiaofu's body. Suddenly, electric arcs swept out from the thunder clouds in the sky, and thunder rumbled in the sky. Rumble! The terrifying thunder and lightning fell from the sky in a short time, and in the end, it turned into an earth-shattering storm of lightning and thunder that swept across the Stone Dragon Empire's army and exploded. Bang, 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 the thunder and lightning swept across the Stone Dragon Empire's army, and in an instant, many people were turned into charred ashes. The thunder and lightning fell, and the sky was filled with lightning, as if a catastrophe was coming. The rumbling thunder and lightning rumbled in the sky and turned into countless bolts of lightning that covered the earth. Bolts of lightning came from all directions, and like spiritual pythons and dragons, they turned into a rain of lightning that poured down in all directions of the ferocious Tiger Gorge. Crackle! The terrifying thunder and lightning never stopped, and the rain of lightning was like a piece of cloth, covering the sky and the earth. It was a terrifying scene. The terrifying aura was destructive, and it could destroy everything. Bang, bang, bang. The thunder and lightning fell, and the sound of explosions continued. Countless people were turned into charred blood mist. Ah, miserable cries and screams resounded along with the thunder and lightning. The Stone Dragon Empire's army was instantly destroyed. The earth-shattering thunder and lightning fell, making it impossible for people to escape. It was like a punishment from the heavens, and it made people's souls tremble. This was a massacre, a peerless massacre. Once a peak martial emperor entered the terrifying thunder and lightning, he would definitely die. Who could resist the Stone Dragon Empire's army at this moment? The terrifying thunder and lightning fell, covering the entire ferocious Tiger Gorge. Boulders were shattered, mountains were poured down, and cliffs collapsed. The Clear Luan Divine Emperor's body was also turned into ashes in the thunder and lightning. Oh my God! Countless people in the desolate country gasped in shock. Under the terrifying thunder and lightning, the Stone Dragon Empire's army was covered in rivers of blood. Thousands of people were being slaughtered. This guy, whoever provokes him is really unlucky. Zhen Qingchun was also stunned for a moment. That frightening killing intent had also moved him. Ah, miserable cries and screams were unceasingly heard. Countless bodies exploded, and killing intent filled the sky. The vast ferocious Tiger Gorge, which was the Stone Dragon Empire's natural barrier, was now razed to the ground by the earth-shattering thunder and lightning. Even the Stone Dragon Empire's army was blasted to pieces. Kill! The three terrifying evil sovereigns, Shou Sha, Hun Xia, and Bloodvine Sha, after recovering from their shock, rushed out and started killing the Stone Dragon Empire's army. Shou Sha turned into a huge tiger, wolf, lion, and leopard. He had a ferocious bloody mouth, as if he was formed by countless ferocious beasts. Killing intent covered this part of the world. Shou Sha's body was incomparably terrifying. His killing intent was enough to affect the soul of a new martial emperor. Roar! Shou Sha roared. Killing intent surged in his huge body, and blood-black runes soared to the sky. In the end, they turned into countless demonic beast shadows, and their blood-red eyes were filled with killing intent. Shou Sha turned into a beast tide and swept towards the Stone Dragon Empire's army. Hun Xia's body turned into a huge giant in an instant. Killing intent surged like a tornado, and he was like a demon overlooking the world. His killing intent swept across the sky, and it was boundless, causing people's souls to tremble. Although the Bloodvine Sha had not reached the martial emperor level, it was terrifying at this moment. The vine giant's heartbeat sounded, and blood-red rune vines covered the sky. They were omnipotent, and they pierced through the air like a rain of arrows, piercing through the bodies of countless soldiers. At this moment, Phantom did not make a move. Her red dress was as bright as blood, and it formed a beautiful arc in the air. Her hair danced in the air, and she looked like a demoness. What a terrifying technique! Many experts in the ancient heaven sect felt Hun Xia, Shou Sha, and Bloodvine Sha's attacks, and they were secretly trembling. The souls of the surrounding Huang country's army were also trembling. Ah, no, eldest princess, save us, this was a complete massacre. The Stone Dragon Empire's army screamed miserably. To them, it was as if they had fallen into the 18th layer of hell. Blood flowed like a river, and corpses were everywhere. The entire Tiger Gorge was destroyed. Tens of millions of soldiers in the Qing family's army were slaughtered, and most of them died in the Tiger Gorge. This is a demon god. The people of the Huang country and the ancient heaven sect were all shocked. Under such a murderous aura, everyone's hair stood on end. The killing intent was too strong, and no one could stop it. Qing Shengnan stood in the sky, looking haggard. His eyes were dim, and his aura was weak. He staggered 2 steps back. Qing Shengnan felt that she was powerless and unstoppable as she watched the young man slaughter the people in front of her. His heart was bleeding, and he wanted to cry, but he forced himself to hold it back. The Stone Dragon Empire's army was entrenched in the Tiger Gorge, and there were hundreds of millions of them. At this moment, the demon god and the 3 demon generals had killed tens of millions. The rest fled in panic, as if it was the end of the world. The miserable screams and wails caused everyone in the capital to be terrified, and tremble. Du Xiaofu finally retracted his lightning. He flapped his wings and floated in the sky. Under his handsome face, there was a demon god's killing intent that made people tremble. Haven't you killed enough? Don't kill anymore. Whatever you want, I can promise you. Don't kill anymore. In the sky, Qing Shengnan looked at Du Xiaofu with a pleading look. Pain flashed in his eyes, and he looked haggard. He tried his best to suppress the fluctuations in his eyes. A debt of blood must be paid with blood. Qing Fancher killed people in my stone city. He didn't even spare the old, the young, the women, and the children. What am I doing? Du Xiaofu looked at Qing Shengnan with only coldness in his eyes. I want Qing Fancher's life to pay tribute to the dead in Stone City. I want everyone in the Qing family to be crippled. This is my limit, can you do it? Qing Shengnan trembled after hearing this. He stared at Du Xiaofu. For the first time, she felt a sense of unfamiliarity from that cold gaze. Perhaps, she had never truly understood him from the beginning to the end. You want to destroy my Qing family. After a long time, Qing Shengnan spoke with a weak voice. The Qing family has no morals. They only have themselves to blame. A debt of blood must be paid with blood. The heavens are fair. Du Xiaofu said. You know I can't agree. Qing Shengnan shook his head with a pale face. No one dared to look down on him even though he was in a sorry state. He had an invisible temperament. Lock down Dragon City. Tomorrow morning, we'll wipe out the Qing family and kill Qing Fancher. A debt of blood must be paid with blood. Du Xiaofu ignored Qing Shengnan. His roar reverberated in the sky, sweeping through the imperial capital Dragon City and resounding above the imperial palace. Is the Qing family's fortune gone? In the Golden Dragon Palace, Emperor Qing staggered back a few steps and sat down on the dragon throne. Emperor Qing looked haggard, as though he had aged 10 years. His black hair was turning white at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the void, Qing Shengnan looked at Du Xiaofu and listened to his roaring voice in the void. Her beautiful face was pale, and she bit her red lips. Then, she turned around and left. The moment she turned around, no one saw that 2 lines of tears fell from Qing Shengnan's eyes. Tears streaked across her cheeks and dripped onto the blood-soaked tiger gorge that had been razed to the ground. Chapter 971. An hour later, in a stretch of tents on the ferocious tiger gorge. Zhen Qingchen, Gu Qingyang, Du Xiaoqin, Little Tiger, Du Xiaoyao, Medicine King Yi Wuming, Du Yunlong, Yi Piaoling, Sima Muhan, Yu Wanli, Shui Ruhan, Mysterious King Jiao, Absolute Sword King, Mu Mingqing, Third Fatty Wan, Ouyang Shuang, Sima Muhan, Li Shui, Phantom, Shou Sha, Evil Soul, Bloodvine, and the others were all present. Jiangchen, however, was nowhere to be seen. Disciple is unfilial and has made master worry. Du Xiaofu bowed respectfully to his master, Gu Qingyang. It's good that you're fine. Master knows you're fine. Hurry up and get up. Gu Qingyang smiled. He was in a good mood and his rosy cheeks were beaming. It's good that you're fine. Sima Muhan, Li Shui, and the others were also happy. However, they were still afraid of the monstrous killing just now. Let me introduce you. They are Anya Cha, Duo Sha, Ying Yan, Yin Tianjue, Gu Wuying, and Silver Fox. They're my new brothers. They're all in the Heavenly General Guards. Yi Piaoling stepped forward and introduced them to Du Xiaofu. Greetings, President. Anya Cha, Duo Sha, Ying Yan, and Silver Fox bowed respectfully. Back then, they had wondered if the ferocious young president that Yi Piaoling and Qiangu Yu had talked about was really as strong as they claimed. However, after the prodigy competition, Anya Cha and the others were completely shocked. Who in the central continent could compare to that domineering display on the lightning-luring platform? Today, the purple-robed youth's monstrous killing intent made Anya Cha and the others suck in a cold breath. However, at this moment, the purple-robed youth's monstrous killing intent was completely retracted. He was calm and composed again. No need for formalities. Du Xiaofu nodded. He used his consciousness to probe the auras of the 6 people. They were extraordinary, and he smiled. Then, as if he had thought of something, Du Xiaofu turned around and gestured to Yi Piaoling behind him. Stone, join the Celestial Guard in the future. He is your leader. Yes, third young master. Stone smiled and walked to Yi Piaoling's side. Nice to meet you. They all call me boss, so you can call me that too. Welcome to the Celestial Guard. Yi Piaoling patted Stone's shoulder as a rare smile appeared on his cold face. We have one more brother now. Duo Sha, and Yi Ba and the others smiled and surrounded them. They had seen how strong Stone was. He had just broken through to the Huang Qi layer and his attacks were extremely ferocious. Then, they introduced themselves and said, I'm Duo Sha. Third bro, Dark Knight Viper. Fifth brother, Yin Yen. Rock nodded one by one while revealing a silly smile. With his simple and honest character, he immediately fused into this group of ferocious and fierce figures that were filled with killing intent. Yi Lao, how are your injuries? Du Xiaofu walked to the side of the Medicine King Yi Wuming. He could feel the aura of Yi Wuming. Yi Wuming's spirit was injured, which had a great impact on his cultivation. It's nothing serious. I've already recovered. Yi Wuming didn't mind. He smiled and looked at the purple-robed young man in front of him. It's good that you're alive. I didn't misjudge you, but don't scare people so casually in the future. I'll find a way to help Yi Lao recover in the future. Du Xiaofu smiled and looked at Murong Yorua, Li Shui, the Peerless Sword King, the Mysterious Dragon King, Mu Mingqing, Han Xian, Guo Kun and the other familiar faces in the tent. He said, I've made everyone worried during this time. You're the president. It's good that you're back. Murong Yorua took a light step forward. She was as calm as the wind and clouds. Her beauty was different from the rest. Third brother, you've returned to the Stone City, right? Du Xiaoman asked. There were more than 30,000 residents of the Stone City. It was the Stone City where they grew up. It was the root of the Du family. Du Xiaofu nodded. I'll go to the palace tomorrow to collect the debt. The Great Luan sect and the Divine Light Court have suffered heavy losses this time. I'm afraid they won't let this matter rest. Medicine King Yi Wuming was a little worried. The Great Luan sect was a colossus after all. Du Xiaofu had killed hundreds of their disciples alone. Such a loss would definitely be the greatest loss the Great Luan sect had suffered in recent years. Whether it was the dignity of the Great Luan sect or the anger of the Great Luan sect, it was likely that the Great Luan sect would not let this matter rest. Counter soldiers with arms, water with an earth weir. Even if we retreat 3 feet, they will only think that we are easy to bully. Only when we hit them will they be afraid of pain. Kill them until they are afraid, and they will be afraid of us. Du Xiaofu smiled bitterly. There was a hint of sharpness in his eyes. Du Xiaofu also felt a faint pain in his heart. If he had shown a little more strength to the Qing family back then, Qing Fancher would not have dared to come to the Stone City and slaughter them. The old, young, women, and children of the Stone City were all implicated by him. There was also the 7-star hall. It was not difficult to see that the 7-star hall was definitely strong from the temperament of eldest senior uncle Quang Zun and the others. If the 7-star hall was not strong, they would not have been able to establish themselves in the spirit realm. They would have been tainted by the 3 sects and 3 schools. Sometimes, retreating would not satisfy the opponent. It would only make things worse. The fist was the real reason. The premise of reason was to have a hard enough fist. You are right. Kill them until they are afraid. Hit them until they are hurt. Only then will they be afraid. Gu Qingyang smiled, showing his 2 front teeth. He said to Du Xiaofu, good disciple, you do not need to worry about the Great Luan sect and the Divine Light Court. You still have the Ancient Heaven sect behind you. No matter what, I will always be behind you. With me here, the ancient heaven sect will be behind you. Thank you, master. Du Xiaofu nodded at Gu Qingyan with gratitude in his eyes. If the people of the Great Luan sect killed them, then so be it. They deserved it. There's nothing to be afraid of. Sima Muhan pouted, her delicate red lips wanting to attract people to kiss her. We can put the matter of the Great Luan sect aside for now. Are you going to the Stone Dragon Empire's palace tomorrow? Zhen Qingchun asked Du Xiaofu. Yes. Du Xiaofu nodded. Someone has to pay the debt of blood owed by the Qing family. The Stone Dragon Empire has been around for a long time. The Imperial Palace has been rich in dragon qi for thousands of years. That is the destiny of the Empire. Although the destiny of the Stone Dragon Empire has run out, the Imperial Palace's dragon qi cannot be underestimated. It has nothing to do with one's strength. It is the power of heaven and earth. As long as you are on the top of the Imperial Palace's dragon vein, even I will have to be wary. Zhen Qingchun frowned. The Imperial Palace's dragon qi is indeed extraordinary. It is even a great treasure. As far as I know, many forces have been trying to get their hands on it. Gu Qingyang said softly. He had also heard about the Imperial Palace's dragon qi. However, it was very difficult to snatch the Imperial Palace's dragon qi. Otherwise, the Imperial Palace's dragon qi would have been completely plundered. With the Stone Dragon Empire's strength, it was impossible for them to protect such a great treasure. Debts have to be paid. Du Xiaofu said softly. The Imperial Palace's dragon qi was extraordinary, but the debt of blood had to be paid. It was dusk and the sun was setting in the west. In the depths of a bamboo forest, there were several people wearing the Imperial Palace's armor standing in a simple hall. A slightly plump young man had a pleading look in his eyes as he said to the three old men in the hall, "That traitor Du is cruel. He slaughtered millions of our Stone Dragon Empire's soldiers. Blood flowed like a river. It was a tragic sight. Under the orders of the retired emperor and father, we beseech the three old men to protect the empire. Otherwise, the Stone Dragon Empire will cease to exist. I'm afraid the three old men don't want to see that happen." The young man's eyes were trembling as he spoke. He had seen Du Xiaofu and a few terrifying experts slaughtering millions of Stone Dragon Empire's soldiers. The Great Will sect was in a state of chaos. He was terrified. When he was watching from the sky, he was so terrified that he almost fell down from the sky. Sigh, the three old men sighed. Even though they were wearing simple clothes, they still had the aura of a superior. Qing Chao, the traitor Du you're talking about is my grandson. As a prince, you should mind your words. North Vanquishing Prince looked at the plump young man and sighed. He then waved his hand and said, "Go back and tell your father and the retired emperor that we will come out." "You can go back now. We will come out. Then I'll go back and report to my father and the retired emperor. I won't disturb the three old men any longer." Qing Chao was delighted when he heard that. He immediately left with his escorts. "Humph. Old men, you're taking advantage of your seniority. If it weren't for the fact that you're still useful, I wouldn't have come here to see your old faces. Wait until I become a powerful expert in the future. Let's see how I'll deal with you." Qing Chao left with a cold look in his eyes. The Qing family knows that even with our strength, we can't stop the Huang country. They want us to come out now because they hope that we can suppress Xiaofu with our feelings. Looking at Qing Xiao's back as he left, North Vanquishing Prince looked haggard and disappointed. He said softly, "The Qing family is so immoral. The prince is useless, and the royal family has always relied on others. Their luck is over. North Vanquishing Prince, what do you plan to do?" East Vanquishing Prince asked North Vanquishing Prince. Currently, the Stone Dragon Empire has a total of 13 regal palaces. However, since the founding of the Stone Dragon Empire, only the Du family, Xia family, Jiang family, Ouyang family, Gu family, Gui family, Wu family, and Guo family have been passed down. North Vanquishing Prince stood up and said, according to the ancestral behest, the 8 marquis mansions can use the ancestral behest as long as the 5 marquis agree. After so many years, I'm afraid the Qing family has forgotten about the ancestral behest. Do they really think the Stone Dragon Empire belongs to the Qing family? South Vanquishing Prince Ouyang Qi's eyes lit up when he heard that. He said softly, it's time to use the ancestral behest. Chapter 972. At night, the moonlight shone down on Tiger Gorge. The air was filled with a murderous aura. Walala, within the ferocious Tiger Gorge, Mei Ling, Blood Evil Vine, Shou Sha, and Hun Xie sat cross-legged in the middle of the densest bloody aura. Strange runes covered their bodies as they absorbed the bloody aura in the air to cultivate. Whoosh! On a broken cliff, Jiangchen raised his head. His purple robe fluttered in the wind. His entire body was wrapped in light as he absorbed the moonlight. Jiangchen bathed in the gentle light, which was the opposite of the murderous aura on his body. In the distance, on a messy mountain peak, Du Xiaofu stood quietly on the highest rock. The night wind blew and his purple robe fluttered. His black hair danced behind his back. He stood tall and straight. Slightly raising his head, Du Xiaofu looked at the bright moon in the sky. He looked in the direction his drunkard father often looked in. Space rippled and a figure quietly appeared behind Du Xiaofu. Brother Qin Chun. Du Xiaofu turned his head and smiled. His eyes were deep and bright in the night. Your strength is passable now. Zhen Qingchun said softly. He walked forward slightly. His wretched gaze was enough to make those who weren't strong enough tremble. Compared to a true expert, I'm still far from being strong. Du Xiaofu's eyes flashed with golden light. His cultivation had improved a lot in the sealed ancient land, but compared to a true expert, he was far from enough. It's good that you know. This world is much bigger than you think. I'm relieved that you can think this way. Zhen Qingchun nodded. He looked at Du Xiaofu and said, you did well today. But remember, don't let your murderous aura affect your heart. I understand. Du Xiaofu nodded. He knew that Brother Qingchun was worried about him. It's a miracle that you came back from the dead this time. The Great Luan sect is not to be trifled with, and the Divine Light Court is not to be trifled with. There are some forces in the world that are more powerful than you can imagine. Your future path will be very difficult. Zhen Qingchun said to Du Xiaofu. If they dare to come, I will make them suffer. Du Xiaofu clenched his fists as a sharp aura rippled from his body. He said, I will become stronger. One day, I will be able to protect everything around me. Zhen Qingchun's eyes flickered. After a while, he said, the world society and the desolate country have already taken shape. Du Yunlong, Du Xiaoman, Du Xiaoqing, Du Xiaoqing, Yi Piaoling, Qiangu Yu, Silver Fox, Stone, Anya Cha, Silver-Winged Demon Condor, and Mysterious Dragon King are all quite talented. Phantom, Beast Killer, Evil Soul, and Blood Vine Killer will grow to a terrifying level sooner or later. However, they are still very weak right now. Time. Du Xiaofu took a deep breath as a bright light flashed in his eyes. This was the Du family that he had been building. If there was a strong Du family, how could he and his drunkard father be separated? How could his mother and sister be separated from his drunkard father? How could the Stone Dragon Empire, Divine Light Court, and Great Luan sect dare to attack the desolate country? Now, the Du family had already taken shape. All that was needed was time. I wonder if my drunkard father has reached that clan. Du Xiaofu muttered to himself. He didn't know if that clan fulfilled the conditions he had set when he left. If that clan had fulfilled the conditions, then his drunkard father should have already met his mother and sister in that clan. That would be a comfort to him. You have already reached the peak of the martial royal realm in terms of martial arts, but you are lagging behind in terms of talisman Dao. You should quickly improve your talisman Dao cultivation and then break through to the honorable realm. Only then can you be considered to have a place in the central region. Zhen Qingchun continued to tell Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu nodded in understanding. He then looked at Zhen Qingchun and sized him up. His aura was vast and unfathomable. It was difficult to see through him. He said, "Brother Qingchun, what is your current cultivation level? How much do you know about martial honors and 8-star talisman masters?" Zhen Qingchun rolled his eyes at Du Xiaofu. "I don't know much. What is the realm after martial honors and 8-star talisman masters?" Du Xiaofu asked. The higher one's cultivation level was, the higher one's realm would be. What Du Xiaofu knew now was only the martial honors realm. Zhen Qingchun stopped rolling his eyes at Du Xiaofu and said, "The gap between revered martial artist and revered martial artist, and the gap between 8-star talisman master and 8-star talisman master is even greater. It's no longer just the 4 small realms of beginner, mystery, nirvana, and perfection. It is no longer 4 small realms." When Du Xiaofu heard this, he was also quite startled and surprised. Zhen Qingchun looked at Du Xiaofu and said to Du Xiaofu with a rather proud and old-fashioned attitude, "After martial honors and 8-star talisman masters, after complete, it is transcendence. After transcendence, it is origin. After origin, it is nirvana." Du Xiaofu heard this and his heart trembled for no reason. He asked Zhen Qingchun, "What is transcendence, origin, and nirvana?" Transcendence has already surpassed the common people. Origin is everything. It is the truth, the Tao, the great way of heaven and earth. It is big and small. Origin of heaven, earth, and man is one. It can participate in heaven and earth. It is all-encompassing. Origin of origin is Qi. It is empty but not empty. It is the same as Tao. It is one with Tao. Finally, it steps into nirvana. If it succeeds in nirvana, it will step into the ranks of the real top experts in the world. Zhen Qingchun said with a blazing look in his eyes. Du Xiaofu heard this and his blood boiled a little for no reason. He seemed to understand but not understand. In this world, only those who are really talented can enter the ranks of martial honors and become the top experts in the world. But most of the martial honors stay at this level for their whole lives. Transcendence, origin, and nirvana. Any one of these steps is enough to stop the top geniuses. How difficult is it to succeed in nirvana? It is as difficult as ascending to heaven. As Zhen Qingchun spoke, there was a lingering fear in his eyes. He knew best how difficult it was. In this world, martial honors and 8-star talisman masters were blocked by transcendence, origin, and nirvana. Countless martial honors and 8-star talisman masters eventually exhausted their lifespans and were unable to obtain new vitality. In the end, their oil lamps dried up and they died. Your master, Gu Qingyang, is very talented. He is now a origin martial honor. Jing Su, who I killed in the day, has already stepped into nirvana. He is the top expert in the Great Luan sect. I am afraid the Great Luan sect must be going crazy now. Zhen Qingchun continued with a smile in his eyes. Raising his head to look at Zhen Qingchun, Du Xiaofu's eyes flashed with golden light and faint electric arcs. He immediately asked, "Brother Qingchun, what is your cultivation level now?" Du Xiaofu was shocked. Jing Su was killed by his big brother, Zhen Qingchun, with one palm. How terrifying was his big brother, Zhen Qingchun's strength. However, he was sure that a nirvana martial honor from the Great Luan sect had been killed. Such a heavy loss was enough to drive the Great Luan sect crazy. I am considered a half-step 9-star talisman master. I am almost a real 9-star talisman master. It is all thanks to the incomplete cultivation technique that you gave me and the boundless wood. Otherwise, I would not have been able to reach the small success of nirvana in the mysterious divine pagoda. Zhen Qingchun said to Du Xiaofu. That mysterious incomplete cultivation technique was a precious treasure. The benefits to the primordial spirit were beyond imagination. If not for that, he would not have recovered so quickly and would not have taken the opportunity to step into the half-step 9-star realm. A half-step 9-star realm was already beyond martial honors. Only those who had stepped into the 9-star talisman master knew how different a half-step 9-star talisman master was. Back then, you were undergoing nirvana in the mysterious divine pagoda. Didn't you encounter an accident during your cultivation? Du Xiaofu guessed that the mysterious divine pagoda should be the mysterious small pagoda that Big Brother Zhen Qingchun possessed. Back then, when Big Brother Qingchun underwent nirvana in the mysterious divine pagoda, he had the cultivation of an 8-star talisman master. No wonder it was said that the little tiger, who had just ascended to the pulse spirit realm, was not even qualified to be a mount. When I was undergoing nirvana, there was an accident. Everything was related to the cultivation technique that I originally cultivated. That cultivation technique is one of the most unique cultivation techniques in the world. It can change a person from old to young, just like the cycle of reincarnation. My nirvana was obstructed, so in the end, I went astray and went crazy. After that, I met you. Zhen Qingchun said with a bitter smile. Back then, you were too wretched. Du Xiaofu also smiled. He would never forget the first time he met Big Brother Zhen Qingchun. That wretched smile on that little face of his almost scared him to death when he said, "Hello, can I get to know you?" It was no wonder that outsiders called Big Brother Zhen Qingchun a prodigy of the sacred array. It was probably directly related to the cultivation technique that Big Brother Zhen Qingchun cultivated. You're the wretched one. Your whole family is wretched. Zhen Qingchun glared fiercely at Du Xiaofu. He tidied his clothes and ran his fingers through his hair. How was he wretched? If one looked carefully, he was still very charming. Big Brother Qingchun, why did you undergo nirvana in the mysterious divine pagoda back then? Du Xiaofu did not argue with Zhen Qingchun. He could not beat Zhen Qingchun now, so he did not want to be taught a lesson in the future. Hearing Du Xiaofu's question, Zhen Qingchun was instantly stunned. His face flushed red, as if he had recalled the most unbearable past. Zhen Qingchun looked at Du Xiaofu and quickly said to Du Xiaofu, "Xiaofu, you still don't know what realm comes after nirvana, right? Let me tell you, after nirvana martial supremacy is the martial domain realm. Once you step into the martial domain quintessence, you can form your own domain and control the void. They are the true experts in this world." Martial domain realm, Du Xiaofu's eyes moved. He then looked at Zhen Qingchun and asked, "You still haven't said how you underwent nirvana in the mysterious divine pagoda back then?" Chapter 973. Zhen Qingchun glared at Du Xiaofu, then fiercely glared at Du Xiaofu. In the end, he secretly turned his gaze and said, "Someone is looking for you. I'll take my leave first." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhen Qingchun's figure had already disappeared. Du Xiaofu was stunned. He felt the flickering gaze in his big brother Zhen Qingchun's eyes. He guessed that something unusual must have happened. Then, Du Xiaofu saw a beautiful figure coming from not far away. Her body was light and tender, and she arrived in front of him in a moment. A faint fragrance assailed his nostrils, and her temperament was antique. It was Muro Muro. "Why are you out so late?" Du Xiaofu looked at the woman in front of him. She looked like she had walked out of a painting. Her antique and beautiful face hadn't changed in the slightest over the years, but there was an additional majestic temperament. This woman was slightly enchanting. Her charm was rich, and she was different from the rest. It was enough to make any man lose his soul. "I came out for a walk. I didn't expect you to be here." Muro Muro raised her head and looked at Du Xiaofu. Her eyes were filled with spiritual light, and there were faint ripples. Her eyelids fluttered. After hesitating for a moment, her red lips parted slightly. She said, "Don't you feel that you didn't control your anger today? You're trying to say that I killed too many people today, right?" Du Xiaofu smiled. He knew how intelligent Murong Yorua was. Then, a sharp golden light flashed across his eyes. He said softly, "I just want to tell some people that if they provoke me, they will have to pay the price." "Perhaps you're right." Murong Yorua smiled bitterly. Then, a complicated look flashed across her eyes. She hesitated for a moment, then said, "You're the leader of the World Alliance, the president of the World Society, the Hall Master of the Heavenly Beast Hall, and the ruler of the desolate country. Sometimes, it's more useful to make people fear you than to make people respect you. However, I hope that your original intentions won't change." "Yes, I will remember." Du Xiaofu nodded at Murong Yorua. Murong Yorua raised her eyes slightly and smiled. Then, she whispered to Du Xiaofu, "Is there any news about Xinyu recently?" Du Xiaofu thought of that little girl. There had been no news of her all these years. She must have grown up by now. "After I'm done with the recent matters, I'll think of a way to find out more about Xinyu," Du Xiaofu said. Murong Yorua half closed her eyes and looked at the moon in the sky. That girl should have grown up by now. At night, the bright moon hung high in the sky. Under the reflection of the stars and the moon, the eaves and tiles of the Golden Dragon Palace, as well as the beasts on the ridges, shone with sparkling light, appearing mysterious and quiet. From afar, the magnificent Golden Dragon Palace was like a golden island in the moonlight. "Father, did you ask third brother to invite the 3 old kings?" Qing Xingnan walked into the Golden Dragon Palace. His face was pale as he looked at Emperor Qing. Emperor Qing raised his head and looked at Qing Xingnan. Before he could speak, a voice sounded, "I discussed it with your father." A figure walked out with the voice. He was wrapped in a faint golden light, and an invisible pressure filled the air. He looked to be in his 80s. Among his long black hair, there were a few strands of golden hair that were very eye-catching. It was the Emperor of the Stone Dragon Empire, Qing Fancher. "Grandfather, have you finished your training?" Qing Xingnan raised his eyes, but his pale face looked haggard. "Yes, I've finished my training." Qing Fanya's eyes were deep and rippling like the vast ocean. His aura seemed to be much stronger than before. He had finally made a breakthrough during this period of time. However, there was not the slightest hint of joy on his old face. Looking at Qing Xingnan, Qing Fancher said, "Our Qing family has reached the most critical moment. I hope the North Vanquishing Prince and the others can stop the Du family's killer tomorrow." Qing Xingnan looked at Qing Fancher and sighed, "Perhaps we shouldn't invite the 3 old kings at this time." Instead, Qing Xingnan looked at her grandfather helplessly and didn't continue. What could she do? The one in front of her was her grandfather. Could she say that her grandfather should face them? After all, the tens of thousands of lives in Stone City were caused by her grandfather. Du Xiaofu's anger also came from Stone City. Perhaps if her grandfather faced them personally, the Stone Dragon Empire and the Qing family would have a chance to survive. However, Qing Xingnan knew that she couldn't say it. There were some things that she couldn't say. "If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have nurtured a tiger." Qing Fancher's eyes were cold and his old face was solemn. If he hadn't nurtured a tiger back then, the Stone Dragon Empire and the Qing family would have fallen to such a state today. "Xingnan, can you contact the Great Luan sect and the Divine Light Court as soon as possible?" Qing Fancher asked Qing Xingnan. Qing Xingnan shook her head and said to Qing Fancher, "It's useless even if you contact the Great Luan sect. They won't truly be at odds with the ancient Heaven sect for our Stone Dragon Empire. The Divine Light Court is now entangled with the 7-star Hall. This time, 6 venerable experts have been killed. I can't go back and explain. The Great Luan sect, the Divine Light Court, all of them are giants. They talk big, but at the critical moment, even the little bastard of the Du family can't do anything to them. Qing Fanwen was furious, and his eyes were cold. Xingnan, prepare for the worst tomorrow. When the time comes, you have to take your brother and sister to the Divine Light Court or the Great Luan sect. The three of you must leave. Emperor Qing sighed and said to Qing Xingnan. Qing Xingnan didn't say anything. She looked at Qing Fanshi and Emperor Qing and then walked out of the Golden Dragon Palace. At night, the Milky Way was resplendent, enveloping the palace and casting its light on the long winding corridor. The fragrance of flowers on both sides of the corridor filled the night sky. Sister, you're looking for me. A clear and gentle voice was heard and a beautiful figure came gently. Under her slender eyelashes, her big eyes sparkled like black gemstones under the night sky. It was the second princess, Qing Yan. Looking at the girl in front of her, whose hair was black and shiny and fell to her slim waist, Qing Xingnan's haggard and pale face squeezed out a smile. She said softly, promise me, if the Qing family really comes to an end tomorrow, you must take third brother and leave in the chaos. You must leave the Qing family's bloodline. Sister, is it really the end? Qing Yan's clear eyes were dignified but extremely calm at this moment. Dragons have reverse scales, and the Stone City is his reverse scale. Grandfather really shouldn't have gone to the Stone City. Qing Xingnan sighed and looked at the moonlight. Her clear face was somewhat empty. Qing Yan didn't say anything and stood quietly. After a while, she looked at her haggard sister and raised her eyelashes. She asked, Sister, do you regret it? Maybe you shouldn't have made such a choice. Maybe the result today would be different. I don't quite understand what you're saying. Hearing this, Qing Xingnan raised her eyebrows slightly and said softly. Looking at her sister in front of her, Qing Yan looked at her quietly and said, I'm your sister. You can hide it from others, but you can't hide it from me. Her voice paused for a moment and Qing Yan continued, Sister, I'm actually a little angry at you. I'm angry at you for making such a choice. But I also feel sorry for you. I feel sorry for you because you had no other choice. I feel sorry for you being born in the imperial family and being the eldest daughter of the Qing family. Hearing Qing Yan's words, Qing Xingnan's eyes trembled slightly. She raised her hand and stroked her sister's black hair. She gently pursed her lips and smiled, but there was a trace of sadness that couldn't be revealed. She said softly, remember, if tomorrow really comes to the end, you must take third brother with you. Qing Yan looked at Qing Xingnan and asked, what about you? Qing Xingnan's pale face showed a faint smile, still moving. Her bright eyes still had that kind of soul-stirring look, making people look at her ethereal and distant. She said softly, second sister, you must remember one thing. It's useless to rely on others. People can only rely on themselves. You must remember. With that, Qing Xingnan left. Qing Yan stood quietly under the moonlight. After a long time, she murmured, although I can only rely on myself, if I can meet someone who can rely on me, I don't want to miss it. That night, in Dragon City, everyone was in a state of panic. The rich and powerful officials, nobles and ministers were all sitting on pins and needles. They were afraid that the barren country would start a massacre the next day. In the Tiger Gorge, the brave God King and his generals slaughtered tens of millions of soldiers from the Stone Dragon Empire. That kind of slaughter caused blood to flow on the streets of Dragon City. The air was filled with a murderous aura that made people tremble in fear. Some nobles and ministers wanted to leave the city, only to find that the city had been sealed off. In Dragon City, many civilians were secretly happy. The Qing family was immoral and made the old kings retire. The news had already spread throughout the world and people were talking about it in private. Many people were unhappy, but in Dragon City, they didn't dare to show it. They could only hide it in their hearts. The last army of the Qing family in Dragon City was even more frightened. Some of the generals and soldiers started to flee in the night. With the people's hearts unstable, the army was defeated. It was unstoppable. When the news reached the Golden Dragon Palace, Emperor Chang's hair turned even whiter. It was early in the morning, but the first ray of light rose from the horizon in the east. Whoosh! Whoosh! In the entire stone city, countless people's hearts were beating faster as they looked outside Dragon City. In everyone's eyes, there was a group of about 1,000 people walking in the air. Wherever the 1,000 people passed, the wind blew and clouds surged. Then, they went straight to the palace. That's the brave God King, the current king of the barren country. They went straight to the palace. It seems like they don't plan to attack the city. Countless people in Dragon City were shocked. Some started to walk toward the palace, while others didn't dare to get close. In the vast palace, the morning sun shone down, emitting a peaceful and majestic aura. It shone with a holy light. Whoosh! Whoosh! Suddenly, many gates in the palace opened. Countless armored figures rushed out and covered the outside of the palace. There were at least tens of thousands of them. Whoosh! Whoosh! At the same time, in the distant sky, over 1,000 figures landed in front of the palace square. They were Du Xiaofu, Du Xiaoqing, Du Xiaoyao, Little Tiger, Shen Qingchen, Phantom, Jiangchen, Gu Qingyang, Medicine King Yi Wuming, Yu Wanli, Sima Muhan, Yi Piaoling, Shui Ruhan, and other experts from the Du family, the World Society, and the Ancient Heaven sect. The arrival of these 1,000 figures caused the space to tremble. The tens of thousands of people outside the palace trembled for no reason. Their legs began to tremble, and the celestial qi and blood in their bodies froze. Du Xiaofu stepped into the air and stood in front. When he came to the palace again, he also felt the presence of a suppressive force. It was the palace's dragon aura. In the vast palace, the palace's dragon aura was dense. It was the emperor's aura, and people couldn't help but be in awe. The palace's dragon aura gathered the country's providence and dragon veins. This was the heart of the country. The Stone Dragon Empire had existed for thousands of years, and the palace's dragon aura was extremely dense. Whoosh! Whoosh! Suddenly, hundreds of figures appeared in the sky above the palace. They were the nobles and the last experts of the Qing family's direct descendants. Their expressions were cold and murderous. Qing Shengnan, Qing Yan, and Qing Chao were among them. The person in the lead had a majestic aura. The palace's dragon aura lingered around him. It was the old emperor, Qing Fanshi. Du Xiaofu, you were once a king of the Stone Dragon Empire and a descendant of the Du family. The Stone Dragon Empire treated you well. Now, you want to usurp the throne. Is this treacherous? Qing Fanshi looked at Du Xiaofu, who was in the air in front of him, and shouted with an ugly expression. Chapter 974. Shameless old man, I should have killed you back then. Come out if you dare. Du Xiaoqing shouted. If she had killed that old man before going to the sealed ancient land, there wouldn't have been a bloodbath in Stone City. How dare you? Qing Fanting's face was cold and gloomy, but he did not dare to walk out of the palace. Without the protection of the imperial palace's dragon energy, he knew that he was no match for Du Xiaoqing's Baifeng divine bird body. North Vanquishing King, East Vanquishing King, South Vanquishing King, West Vanquishing King, Middle Vanquishing King, Commander King, and Xing King are here. At a corner of the palace, a loud shout resounded. A huge crowd came, and many powerful auras rippled. It was the North Vanquishing King and the other kings who had retired. The West Vanquishing King was a title of the Ghost King Palace, the Middle Vanquishing King was a title of the Shaman King Palace, the Commander King was a title of the Gu King Palace, and the Xing King was a title of the Gua King Palace. Their titles were passed down from the founding of the Stone Dragon Empire. They were extraordinary. They were the Iron Hat Kings. Their ancestors had followed the Qing family's ancestor to establish the Stone Dragon Empire. The group of kings came. Among the familiar figures, Ouyang Ling and Yuan Shanshan were behind the South Vanquishing King, while Xia Fei was behind the North Vanquishing King. The hundreds of figures behind them were all experts from the various king palaces. There were also many powerful generals and marquises. They were the loyal followers of the old kings. Grandpa Xie, seeing the North Vanquishing King and the others, Du Xiaofu frowned slightly. That's the North Vanquishing King and the South Vanquishing King. Didn't those kings retire? Why are they all here today? Are they here to protect the country? It's said that the kings have a close relationship with the king of the barren country, the brave god king of the Stone Dragon Empire. Their descendants even fought side by side with the barren country. When they saw the kings, some people in the crowd of onlookers from Dragon City who had gathered in the distance started whispering to each other. "Kid, it's good that you're alive. You scared me to death." North Vanquishing Prince came to Du Xiaofu at once. At that moment, Lao Wang's cultivation had already reached the initial stage of the martial emperor realm. This was because the great rock blood essence in his body had played a huge role. "I'm fine. Sorry for making Grandpa Xie worry." Du Xiaofu bowed. In his heart, Lao Wang had always been like a real grandfather. "It's good that you're fine. Sealing the ancient ground and participating in the Genius Tournament has brought glory to our Tianwu Academy. Well done." East Vanquishing Prince and South Vanquishing Prince stepped forward. They were from Tianwu Academy as well. Du Xiaofu nodded and nodded to the other kings. "Kings of the Stone Dragon Empire, please protect your empire in the face of a crisis." The old Emperor Qingfanshi's eyes moved, his voice resounded through the entire Dragon City, reverberating through the clouds. When he heard this, Du Xiaofu's expression changed slightly. If the elders stopped him today, what should he do? Ouyang Shuang, the general, Gu Xinyan, Guo Xiaofeng, Wu Kei, and Gue Hua's expressions changed at the same time. If the elders stopped them, what should they do? What should they do? The entire Dragon City looked at the elders, waiting for them to express their opinions. North Vanquishing Prince looked around. His gaze swept past the Qing family's old emperor, Qingfanshi, and the others. Then, he looked at Du Xiaofu and gently patted Du Xiaofu's shoulder, saying, "Child, this old man told you before that as long as I'm here, I won't allow anyone to bully you in Dragon City. This old man's body is getting stronger and stronger. It's time for me to do something." As soon as he finished speaking, North Vanquishing Prince looked around and then at the imperial palace. At that moment, the elders' expressions turned serious. North Vanquishing Prince, South Vanquishing Prince, East Vanquishing Prince, and the others, a total of 7 elders, were all looking at the imperial palace. At this moment, old Emperor Qingfanshi, First Princess Qing Shengnan, and Second Princess Qing Yan seemed to have sensed something. Their expressions changed and their eyes began to flicker. The last ancestral teaching of the Stone Dragon Empire is that if one day, the descendants of the Qing family lose the support of the people and are not worthy of the throne, then the 8 elders will have the right to appoint a new emperor. North Vanquishing Prince shouted. His voice reverberated throughout Dragon City and resounded through the clouds. "Today, the Qing family has led a wolf into the house and suppressed the loyal and virtuous. The people are not loyal and are no longer worthy of the throne. We, the 7 elders, have discussed and unanimously agreed to abolish the Qing family and appoint a new emperor." His majestic voice reverberated, causing countless people in Dragon City to tremble. No one expected such a change. A group of elders wanted to abolish Emperor Cheng and appoint a new emperor. Du Xiaofu and the others were also astonished. They didn't know that the Stone Dragon Empire had such an ancestral teaching. As soon as he finished speaking, the old Emperor Qingfantiang's expression changed drastically. Qingfanshi naturally knew about this ancestral teaching. He originally thought that the North Vanquishing Prince and the others would come out and suppress Du Xiaofu and obtain a slight chance of survival. However, Qingfanshi didn't expect that the North Vanquishing Prince and the other elders would come with such a result. First Princess Cheng Shengnan and Second Princess Cheng Yan's expressions changed. Third Prince Cheng Chao's face suddenly turned pale. He didn't expect this result. You are all traitors. You colluded with that little bastard. This is treason. Old Emperor Qing Fancher was furious and berated the North Vanquishing Prince, South Vanquishing Prince, and East Vanquishing Prince. Qing Fancher, repent and be saved. The North Vanquishing Prince took several steps forward and arrived in front of the imperial palace. He looked directly at Qing Fancher and said, "This is the result of the Seven Kings discussion. From now on, the Stone Dragon Empire will appoint a new emperor. Please hand over the Golden Dragon Imperial Jade Seal. You should know best that the Stone Dragon Empire doesn't only belong to the Qing family. Xia Tianhong, you are committing treason." Qing Fancher was furious. He knew that he couldn't let Xia Tianhong live. Otherwise, even if he could preserve the Stone Dragon Empire today, he would lose the emperor's authority in the future. The Qing family had controlled the Stone Dragon Empire for thousands of years. How could they hand over the emperor's authority? All these years, the Qing family had been secretly trying to sow discord between the various princes. They were afraid that one day, the Qing family would be threatened by the last ancestral teaching. It was always an invisible sword hanging high in the sky, making the imperial family uneasy. However, Qing Fancher didn't expect that the thing he was most worried about would happen. Those who commit treason shall be executed. Qing Fancher shouted. He was still dignified at this moment. With a shake of his hand, a battle saber appeared in his hand. This battle saber was the peak high-grade Taoist weapon that Dongli Chihuang had obtained from Guijianya. In the end, he had given it to Qing Fancher as a gift. Boom! As soon as the battle saber appeared, a terrifying aura erupted. It even brought along the imperial palace's dragon Qi. At this moment, Qing Fancher was also a martial royal realm Nirvana realm martial emperor. He slashed down with his saber, almost tearing the void apart. In an instant, it spread to the front of the North Vanquishing Prince, Xia Tianhong. He wanted to kill the North Vanquishing Prince in one move. Qi. Under the shocked gazes of the crowd, a golden talisman appeared in front of the North Vanquishing Prince at the same time as the saber light swept out. The golden light spread out and destroyed the saber light that was powerful enough to tear the void apart. Under countless astonished gazes, the old Emperor Qing Fancher's battle saber was then wrapped up by the golden talisman. It was as if there was something terrifying inside, and it directly devoured the battle saber. Within the golden talisman, there was a clear crunching sound of something being eaten. Then, the peak high-grade Taoist weapon battle saber began to crack. Pieces of the saber were missing. Only the crunching sound, which was like the explosion of firecrackers, could be heard. "Oh no, my treasured saber." The old Emperor Qing Fancher's expression changed. He immediately retreated. However, it seemed that he could not get rid of the golden talisman at all. In less than a breath, Qing Fanchi's Taoist combat saber, which was at the peak of high grade, disappeared. It seemed to have been bitten by something, all the way to the hilt. In the end, even the hilt was not spared. Bang! At the same time, Qing Fancher's chest was also hit by a punch. Golden light burst out, and he immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. His expression changed, and he was directly sent flying. "Tastes good." A voice came from the golden light. Then, the golden light disappeared, and a golden little macaque appeared in front of everyone. Everyone knew that it was the little macaque that often sat on Du Xiaofu's shoulder. "Qing Fancher, it's time to pay the price." Du Xiaofu's figure rushed out. He wanted to capture Qing Fancher. This was the main culprit of the blood feud in Stone City. He could not let Qing Fancher go. Boom! At this moment, heaven and earth trembled. In the center of the imperial palace in the Golden Dragon Palace, a great pressure erupted like a volcano. Golden light filled the sky, and finally, it turned into a giant golden dragon shadow. Its entire body was golden, and it was hundreds of feet long. The giant dragon's shadow was majestic and ferocious. Golden light filled the sky. Accompanied by a force of heaven and earth, the entire imperial dragon city trembled. Billions of creatures trembled. The power of the imperial palace's dragon Qi. Injin Qingchun, Gu Qingyang and the other experts were moved. That was the imperial palace's dragon Qi. It was the convergence of the country's destiny and the condensed faith of countless people. That was the power of heaven and earth, and it was difficult for mortals to resist. The golden dragon's shadow rushed over, carrying the vast imperial palace's dragon Qi. It was vast and terrifying. Du Xiaofu raised his head. The dense imperial palace's dragon Qi made Du Xiaofu tremble. Du Xiaofu immediately raised his hand. Golden light spread in his palm, and the rock's chaos-shattering claw immediately grabbed at the giant dragon's shadow. Golden light erupted from the claw print, and the void rumbled. It was incomparably domineering, and it shocked everyone. The two instantly collided. Dazzling runes burst out, and a terrifying aura spread out. Retreat, retreat quickly. The crowd below was shocked and retreated. The spreading energy was not something they could resist. Many people even had to activate their spiritual weapons to protect themselves. Chapter 975. Rumble, there was an explosion in the sky and a dazzling light spread out. The talisman runes rose into the sky and a dragon roared. The terrifying dragon aura from the palace made everyone tremble in fear. Dang dang. The gigantic dragon phantom shattered, but Du Xiaofu's body was also shaken and staggered backwards. It was a force of nature that Du Xiaofu couldn't stop. It had nothing to do with the opponent's strength. As the golden light spread out, the palace emitted a golden glow. A powerful force spread out from the sky. A chubby middle-aged man in a dragon robe leaped into the air. The middle-aged man in the dragon robe had white hair and was surrounded by a golden glow. There was a faint golden dragon shadow circling around him. He was the Emperor Cheng of the Stone Dragon Empire. Seeing Emperor Cheng appear, the North Vanquishing Prince, the East Vanquishing Prince, and the South Vanquishing Prince looked helpless. They also looked serious because Emperor Cheng controlled the dragon aura in the palace. Emperor Cheng floated in the air and his aura connected the sky and the earth. It was as if every move he made contained the force of nature that could suppress everything. However, he couldn't hide his haggard expression. Du Xiaofu, the Stone Dragon Empire is willing to give up 100 prefectures as compensation for the desolate country. How about we settle this? Emperor Cheng spoke in a dignified voice. However, for the sake of the Stone Dragon Empire and the Qing clan, he had made a concession. Emperor Cheng knew that he had to make a compromise. 100 prefectures was equivalent to giving away half of the Stone Dragon Empire. Hearing Emperor Cheng's words, Dragon City trembled. Emperor Cheng was cutting off his arm to protect himself. I only want Qing Fanshi's life and the Qing family to cripple their own cultivation. This is my final compromise. 100 Stone Dragon Empires can't make up for the debt of blood in my heart. Du Xiaofu spoke, looking straight at Emperor Cheng. He was also the monarch of a country and had his own imperial might, overbearing and disdainful. Emperor Cheng's eyes trembled when he heard this. His aura connected with the world. After which, he scanned his surroundings. His eyes swept over the North Vanquishing King, the South Vanquishing King and the rest before finally landing on Du Xiaofu. A special golden glow flickered within his eyes as he opened and closed them. He said, "It is unexpected that the once youngest king of the Stone Dragon Empire would end up in such a state with the Stone Dragon Empire. The Qing family shouldn't have left a blood debt in Shicheng. They shouldn't have bullied me." Du Xiaofu spoke, his voice shaking the void. "You and I are already at odds. Let's see if you can break my imperial palace's dragon Qi." Emperor Cheng knew that there was no need for more words. In the end, everything could only be decided by strength. If Du Xiaofu couldn't break his imperial palace's dragon qi, there might still be a chance to turn the situation around. Emperor Cheng's eyes flickered with a majestic golden light. His body began to emit a golden light, channeling a terrifying energy from the imperial palace. It was as if a volcano had erupted. Boom! Along with the trembling of space, a seal that glowed with golden light and had a tiny golden dragon coiled on it appeared before Emperor Cheng. Roar! In an instant, the golden light above the seal was like a rising sun. A dragon's roar resounded, emitting a mysterious and ancient aura. That's the Golden Dragon Imperial Jade Seal. It contains the great fortune of a country and the power of faith of a country. It's nourished by the Imperial Palace's dragon qi. It's a precious treasure. Du Xiaoyao's voice entered Du Xiaofu's ears. He couldn't do anything against the Golden Dragon Imperial Jade Seal. It's the Golden Dragon Imperial Jade Seal. It's an item that condenses the great fortune of a country. It's been worshipped by millions of citizens of the Stone Dragon Empire for generations. It gathers the Imperial Palace's dragon qi. The North Vanquishing Prince's eyes trembled. It was a precious treasure of the Stone Dragon Empire. No mortal could defeat it. The Golden Dragon Imperial Jade Seal is nourished by the Imperial Palace's dragon qi. It contains a mysterious power and boundless fortune. It's in harmony with the heavens and earth. The South Vanquishing Prince said as he stared at the void. Suppress. The Golden Dragon Imperial Jade Seal emitted a radiant light that enveloped Emperor Cheng. It was as if it could resonate with the heavens and earth, forming a powerful and majestic energy. Then, Emperor Cheng threw the Golden Dragon Imperial Jade Seal in his hand, sweeping it towards Du Xiaofu. As the Golden Dragon Imperial Jade Seal was thrown out, 6 golden dragons supported it. The Imperial Palace's dragon qi surged. Roar! The dragon's roar shook the clouds. The golden light was boundless and distorted the void. It was as if it contained an ancient power. The momentum was earth-shattering, as if it wanted to suppress all living beings in the surroundings. All the creatures in the stone city were trembling. Countless people's faces were pale and their bodies were trembling. The Imperial Palace's dragon qi surged with endless auspicious light. It was extremely terrifying. Zhen Qingchun and Gu Qingyang's expressions changed. They didn't know if they should intervene. The Imperial Palace's dragon qi carried the momentum of the heavens and earth. It had nothing to do with one's strength. While Zhen Qingchun and Gu Qingyang were hesitating, everything happened too quickly. The golden dragons roared and covered the sky. They crushed the void and instantly suppressed Du Xiaofu. But at this moment, Du Xiaofu didn't retreat. Instead, he strode forward. Feeling the Imperial Palace's dragon qi, Du Xiaofu wasn't afraid at all. The mysterious runes on his body flickered and the thunder martial vein was activated. At this moment, the thunder martial vein in Du Xiaofu's body seemed to have sensed something and was eager to spread out. Then, relying on his intuition, Du Xiaofu activated the thunder martial vein. The thunder martial vein spread out. The mysterious runes on the thunder martial vein surged and covered his body. A magnificent and desolate aura spread out from Du Xiaofu's body. This magnificent and desolate aura made people feel as if they were facing an irresistible king. A domineering and murderous aura rippled in the sky. Rumble, the entire dragon city was covered with thunderclouds. The rumbling of thunder didn't stop. Purple lightning raged in the thunderclouds. An aura that made people's souls palpitate made all living beings fearful. Almost at the same time, in a certain alley in Dragon City, a few young men and women who were dressed to cover their faces suddenly screamed in pain. The blood in their bodies was boiling. Something in their internal organs, bones, muscles, and marrow was awakening and about to burst out. The screams of these young men and women attracted the attention of many people around them. However, they thought that it was because they were too weak because of the terrifying aura. The thunder resounded and the entire dragon city was roaring. The terrifying and murderous aura fluctuated. The purple lightning turned into countless spiritual snakes that shuttled back and forth in the void. It made people's hair stand on end and feel a chill in their hearts. At this moment, the golden dragon imperial jade seal collapsed and stopped abruptly. It couldn't get close at all. The 6 golden dragon shadows were boiling. They were formed by the imperial palace's dragon chi. The dragons roared endlessly and shook the sky. However, they seemed to be afraid of the thunder martial vein in Du Xiaofu's body and didn't dare to move forward. Du Xiaofu felt the imperial palace's dragon chi. At this moment, it seemed to be afraid of his thunder martial vein. He strode forward in an overbearing manner and looked around disdainfully with a cold expression. Ao ao. The 6 golden dragons on the golden dragon imperial jade seal roared and looked at Du Xiaofu with fear in their eyes. In the end, the 6 golden dragon shadows started to crawl before Du Xiaofu in front of countless trembling and fearful gazes. The 6 dragons prostrated themselves before Du Xiaofu stopped. He stood in the air, unmoving. His aura was majestic and desolate, tyrannical and murderous. In the end, it transformed into a terrifying aura. Lightning flickered in his eyes as he swept his gaze over the 6 golden dragons. Ao ao, the 6 golden dragons crawled before Du Xiaofu and roared, shocking countless people. At this moment, a terrifying aura gathered around Du Xiaofu's body. It also contained the imperial palace's aura. The imperial palace's dragon chi far surpassed the imperial palace's dragon chi. It came from the depths of heaven and earth, as if it was the supreme being of heaven and earth. How could this be? The entire dragon city trembled. The golden dragons formed by the imperial palace's dragon chi and the might of the golden dragon imperial jade seal were crawling before Du Xiaofu at this moment. The imperial palace's dragon chi is the fate of a country. It gathers the power of heaven and earth and no mortal can defeat it. However, rumor has it that the imperial palace's dragon chi is the most hierarchical. It comes from heaven and earth and is also controlled by heaven and earth. It will bow before gods, sages, and supreme beings. Zhen Qingquan's eyes trembled as he recalled some rumors. He was shocked. Could it be that this guy was the reincarnation of a god, a sage, or a supreme being? Qing Fanshi, Qing Xingnan, Qing Yan, Qing Chao, and North Vanquishing Prince were all shocked. This scene was unbelievable. Emperor Cheng was even more shocked. He used all his strength to activate the Golden Dragon Imperial Jade Seal, but he found that it was difficult to activate the Golden Dragon Imperial Jade Seal. The Imperial Palace's Dragon Chi was also suppressed by the terrifying aura on Du Xiaofu's body. Du Xiaofu stood in the air, and his eyes were cold. Lightning flickered in his eyes as he looked down at Emperor Cheng. He was akin to a sovereign descending from the heavens as he spoke in a cold voice, "Someone has to pay the debt of blood in Stone City." His voice was like thunder, shaking the Imperial Palace's Dragon Chi. That momentum was like the order of execution. Whoosh, as Du Xiaofu's voice fell, he waved his hand and a large purple thunderbolt swept out. It was as if thousands of thunderbolts were roaring at the same time, shaking the 9 heavens. That terrifying power made everyone's face change color and tremble. Thousands of thunderbolts roared, and the 6 golden dragons dissipated and turned into the Imperial Palace's Dragon Chi. At this moment, Du Xiaofu's body was surrounded by thunderbolts. He looked like a demon god who had descended with a terrifying heavenly power. Bang! The thunderbolt turned into a fist, shaking the void and directly hitting the Golden Dragon Imperial Jade Seal. Such a collision was like the collision of meteorites. Golden and purple electric arcs surged and spread out with a terrifying aura. The Golden Dragon Imperial Jade Seal didn't break, but Emperor Cheng suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. His golden dragon imperial jade seal had no effect on the young lady in front of him and was even suppressed. Bang! Another fist. This was a hand-to-hand fight. Du Xiaofu's thunderbolt fist landed on Emperor Cheng's chest like a bolt of lightning. Bang, bang. Another mouthful of red blood was spat out uncontrollably from his mouth. He was definitely severely injured. Emperor Cheng was blasted down from midair and smashed into the imperial palace below, smashing into a golden hall and causing the ground to tremble incessantly with a rumbling sound. How terrifying! Poison Killer, Silver Fox, Qingling, Yin Machin, Silver Fox, Phantom, Beast Killer, Blood Vine, and the others looked at the young man wrapped in thunderbolts and were trembling in fear. So terrifying. He is indeed that guy's son. He is even more ferocious than that guy. Ouyang Ling, Yuan Shanshan, Mu Mingqing, and the others looked at each other and secretly gasped in shock. The Imperial Palace's Dragon Qi is ultimately not my own strength. The Qing family is vulnerable. As soon as Du Xiaofu finished speaking, his murderous gaze locked onto Qing Fancher who hadn't recovered from his shock. Step by step, he flew across the sky. Qing Fancher was scared and couldn't help but tremble in fear. Looking at the purple-robed young man wrapped in thunderbolts, he looked like a demon god. Qing Fancher began to step back. His soul was trembling and fear crept into his heart. The space fluctuated and a beautiful figure appeared. Her tall figure and long skirt couldn't hide her graceful curves. I can give you the Stone Dragon Empire. I can give you anything you want. The Qing family will leave the Stone Dragon Empire and never return. Let go of my grandfather and the Qing family. Will you? Qing Xingnan looked at Du Xiaofu who was approaching step by step. Her haggard and pale face had a pleading look in her eyes. I have already stated my conditions. I have already given the Qing family a chance. Du Xiaofu shouted. He didn't hide the murderous intent in his eyes. How could he spare Qing Fancher? If the other members of the Qing family were left alive, they would be a disaster in the future. What will it take for you to stop? Qing Shengnan pleaded. She knew that she couldn't stop Du Xiaofu with her strength. However, she couldn't watch her grandfather and father be killed by the young man in front of her. She couldn't watch the entire Qing family be destroyed. If I let you go, how can I explain to the tens of thousands of people who died in Stone City? Du Xiaofu shouted. His voice shook the void and his murderous intent surged. He had no intention of letting them go. I apologize to you on behalf of my grandfather, father, and the Qing family. Is that okay? Qing Xingnan's hand shook and the Stone Dragon Tempest sword appeared in her hand. She looked at Du Xiaofu and said. What? You want to stop me? You can't stop me. Du Xiaofu looked at the Stone Dragon Tempest sword in Qing Xingnan's hand and shouted. Chapter 977. In the crowd, Qing Chao stepped forward and picked up the Golden Dragon Imperial Jade Seal after seeing the Huang country and North vanquishing Prince leave. As soon as he touched the Golden Dragon Imperial Jade Seal, Qing Chao's chubby body was sent flying. He spat out a mouthful of blood. The Golden Dragon Imperial Jade Seal gathered a surge of fate and was connected to the dragon vein. It was not something that an ordinary person could touch, let alone touch. Although Qing Chao was a prince, it did not mean that he was a prince. If he was not a human emperor, he would not be able to control the Golden Dragon Imperial Jade Seal. Pfft. As Qing Chao's body was sent flying, the Golden Dragon Imperial Jade Seal fell from his hand. A red figure appeared like a ghost. A dazzling light spread out from his hand and he managed to control the Golden Dragon Imperial Jade Seal. Roar, golden light exploded from the Golden Dragon Imperial Jade Seal. A faint dragon roar could be heard as if it was trying to break free from the seal. The red figure was wearing a red robe and had golden hair. He looked extraordinary. The dazzling light in his hand suppressed the golden dragon imperial jade seal with a terrifying aura. Whoosh whoosh, the space fluctuated. Then, a few figures with powerful auras that could freeze space appeared around the red-robed man. Brother-in-law. Looking at the red-robed man who suddenly appeared, Ching Chao got up. After a moment of shock, he was pleasantly surprised. It was his brother-in-law, the saint of the Great Luan sect, Dongli Chi Huang. Ching Chao immediately rushed forward as if he had seen his savior. He almost cried, "Brother-in-law, Du Xiaofu killed my grandfather and made my father destroy his own cultivation. Big sister was also killed by Du Xiaofu. You have to take revenge for us." Xingnan, Dongli Crimson Phoenix's gaze swept across the surroundings. Then, her gaze landed on the delicate body lying in front of her. Her body was covered in blood, and her expression changed instantly. It's a good thing to get rid of your inner demons. Suddenly, a dazzling ray of light seeped out from the void-year beside Xingnan. A figure could be vaguely seen within the dazzling light. As the light spread, it disappeared in an instant. Xingnan's body also disappeared. Dongli Chihuang's figure was as fast as lightning. By the time he chased after them, the dazzling light and Xingnan's figure had already disappeared into the void. It's an expert from the Divine Light Court. With his cultivation, he should be one of the two in the Divine Light Court. Behind Dongli Chi Huang, several experts arrived, and one of them was an elder. Phew, Qingyan's eyelashes trembled slightly, and then she opened her eyes. She didn't know what had happened, but she had lost consciousness just now. Outside the ferocious tiger gorge, there were many continuous tents. There was an invisible aura in one of the tents that prevented those who weren't strong enough from approaching. Xiaofu, the bloodline of the Du family is the same as the bloodline of the Du family. The position of the new emperor is yours. North vanquishing Prince Xie Tianhong persuaded Du Xiaofu in the tent, hoping that Du Xiaofu would take the position of the new emperor. Grandfather Xie, I'm the emperor of the desolate country. I'm not interested in the Stone Dragon Empire. There's no need to say anything, Du Xiaofu declined politely with a smile. He didn't want to be the new emperor of the Stone Dragon Empire. Then, his eyebrows twitched, and his eyes flickered. Within the Dragon City, Du Xiaofu sensed a familiar aura. It should be the people of the Du household that had disappeared without a trace. Sigh, you child. North vanquishing prince sighed and didn't say anything more. The sun shone brightly, enveloping Dragon City. Inside Dragon City, however, it was completely silent today. There was clearly a sea of people, but there was a feeling of emptiness in the city. In the Golden Dragon Palace, the Imperial Palace's imperial qi was still dense. The imperial qi of the Stone Dragon Empire was no small matter. Dongli Chi Huang walked into the Golden Dragon Palace. The imperial qi of the Imperial Palace rippled and gathered. The imperial qi of the Imperial Palace has gathered the imperial qi of the Stone Dragon Empire for 8,000 years. Dongli Chi Huang murmured. His eyes were shining. The Golden Dragon Imperial Jade Seal appeared in his hand. A dazzling light appeared, and the imperial qi rippled. A dragon roar resounded in the Golden Dragon Palace. If I could get such imperial qi of the Imperial Palace in my previous life, I wouldn't have been unable to take that step. As soon as he finished speaking, a dazzling light rose in front of Dongli Chi Huang. The Golden Dragon Imperial Jade Seal rippled and gathered the imperial qi of the Imperial Palace. It opened its mouth to absorb it. I was wrong. I was wrong. This is your real purpose. Emperor Cheng's voice came. His hair was white, and his body was weak. He walked into the Golden Dragon Palace. Looking at Dongli Chi Huang in the Golden Dragon Palace, Emperor Cheng's eyes trembled. He finally understood why he was wrong. But now, it was too late. Du Xiaofu killed the old emperor and you crippled yourself. But you still passed the throne to him. No wonder the Stone Dragon Empire's imperial qi is exhausted. Dongli Qihuang turned around and looked at Emperor Cheng with a smile. There was no longer any respect, only indifference. It was as if he was looking down at Emperor Cheng. Persuading the Stone Dragon Empire to go to Stone City and help the Stone Dragon Empire attack the Huang country. Although the ancient heaven sect suppressed you, you didn't use your full strength. Now that I think about it, it was all your plan. You just wanted the Huang country to destroy the Stone Dragon Empire. In the end, you reaped the benefits without leaving any traces. You got the imperial qi of the imperial palace. Emperor Cheng's voice was trembling. His eyes were bloodshot. He understood everything, but it was too late to regret. Yes, it was my plan. But the appearance of Du Xiaofu and the Holy Matrix prodigy was beyond my expectation. Dongli Qihuang's eyes were cold. His original plan was to wait until he came out of the sealed ancient land and the Stone Dragon Empire was destroyed. Then, as the fiancé of the first princess, he could rightfully become the new emperor and obtain the imperial qi of the imperial palace. But everything was beyond his expectation. The competition between the geniuses of the sealed ancient land was unforgettable. Even though he had lived 2 lives, he couldn't bear such humiliation. But it's not important anymore. The result is the same anyway. It's ridiculous that Du Xiaofu didn't know the importance of the imperial qi of the imperial palace. It won't be long before they all die. Dongli Qihuang sneered. He had the imperial qi of the imperial palace and the divine thunder body. As long as he awakened, he could get everything back. I regret it so much. Emperor Cheng trembled as he looked at the golden dragon imperial jade seal floating in front of Dongli Qihuang. He stepped forward and tried to take the golden dragon imperial jade seal. Bang! Dongli Qihuang's palm landed on Emperor Cheng's head. The energy surged and Emperor Cheng's body fell down. His eyes were wide open and blood seeped out of them. Father, Cheng Chao appeared at the gate of the Golden Dragon Palace. He watched his father fall down and sat on the ground in shock. Qi. Dongli Qihuang appeared in front of Cheng Chao. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Brother-in-law, don't kill me. I didn't see anything. Father died because of Du Xiaofu. My elder sister is saved. I will tell her that father was killed by Du Xiaofu. Cheng Chao's face was pale as he said loudly. Why would I kill you? Your father destroyed his cultivation. I wanted to check on his injuries. I didn't expect him to be so weak because of grief. Sigh, the Eastern mythical scarlet phoenix gently sighed as the killing intent in her eyes disappeared. Her hand stopped in front of Cheng Chao as she helped him up. Don't worry, I will definitely avenge you. I will bring you back to the Great Luan sect and use the best resources of the Great Luan sect to help you become a top expert in the Central Continent. At that time, you will have your revenge. Become a top expert. Cheng Chao's pale face was filled with expectation. That's right. I will let the Great Luan sect train you to become a true expert. Dongli Qihuang said. Thank you, brother-in-law. Cheng Chao bowed with desire in his eyes. Dongli Qihuang smiled with satisfaction. After a while, he activated the Golden Dragon Imperial Jade Seal and channeled the Imperial Qi in the Golden Dragon Palace. A dazzling light spread out and a terrifying aura surged out. Roar! The dragon roared as Dongli Qihuang absorbed the Imperial Qi in the Golden Dragon Palace. A golden light burst out and a golden aura surged into his body like a golden snake. Crack! At this moment, countless mountains in the Stone Dragon Empire trembled. The mountain range cracked and the abyss cracked. Towering ancient trees withered. Deep in the mountains, spiritual springs dried up. Roar! Deep in the mountains, beasts roared in fear. At dusk, the setting sun was like blood as it slowly set in the west. Third brother, father has not been buried. You can't go to the Great Luan sect. Qing Yan said to Qing Chao in the messy imperial palace. She frowned and her expression was solemn. Second sister, it's fine if you don't want to go. But don't stop me. I will become an expert and not a fallen prince. Sooner or later, I will take back what I lost. Qing Chao's eyes flashed coldly. He then turned around and left with Dongli Qihuang. Second princess, what should we do now? Emperor Cheng's corpse, a trusted old guard of the Qing family, came forward and asked Qing Yan. This is bad. I'm afraid we don't have enough time. Quickly arrange for everyone to leave Dragon City. The further, the better. Father's corpse can only be buried after leaving Dragon City. Qing Yan interrupted the old guard. She looked in the direction where Qing family left and murmured, Big sister sacrificed herself for the Qing family. Third brother, you're bringing the Qing family to eternal damnation again. At night, the blood aura still lingered in the Tiger Gorge. Inside the tent, only the core members of the World Society, Medicine Sovereign, Eagle King, Hua Fan Kong, Chao Yu, Li Shui, Morong Yorua, and the ancient Heaven Sect's Crimson Flame Hall's Hall Master Guzong, Du Yunlong, and Du Xiaoman were present. President, we just received news that Qing Xingnan was taken away by the experts of the Divine Light Court. Qing family and Qing Chao went to the Great Luan sect with Dongli Qihuang. The Qing family and their trusted subordinates are quietly leaving Dragon City, Li Shui said. Kill. Don't let a single one go. Du Xiaofu sat upright with killing intent in his eyes. Chapter 978. The Moon Shadow Clan has been secretly following us. I'll make the arrangements immediately. Li Shui bid farewell and left. After all these years of training, she had become more and more resolute. The Qing family still wants to get involved with the Great Luan sect. The Qing family still hasn't given up. Medicine King Yi Wuming frowned. Qing Xingnan and Qing Yan are protecting the Qing family. I feel that this might not be the doing of the Qing family. There might be something else going on. Murong Yorua hesitated for a moment before looking up at Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu looked at everyone in the hall and said, I don't want the painful lesson of Shi Qing to happen again. We have already given the Qing family a chance. If the Qing family continues to be peaceful, we will keep our promise. However, the Qing family is still with the Great Luan sect. We can't do anything about it, Du Yunlong said. The others didn't say anything else. They all understood that they didn't plan to let the Qing family off today. In the end, Qing Xingnan and Qing Yan begged for their lives and Emperor Qing crippled himself to give the Qing family a chance. But now, someone from the Qing family had once again led the Qing family into a dead end. I'm afraid the Moon Shadow Clan will find it difficult to deal with the rest of the Qing family. Yellow Earth Hall and Black Water Hall, go and help, Du Xiaofu said to Yellow Earth Hall Master Hua Fan Kong and Black Water Hall Master Chao Yu. Yes. Hua Fan Kong and Chao Yu nodded and left the tent to make the arrangements. We have conquered many cities in the Stone Dragon Empire. What should we do? Eagle King asked Du Xiaofu. During this period of time, the cities that the Huang country had conquered were already 1/3 of the Stone Dragon Empire's land. Let's return to the Huang country, Du Xiaofu said. Return to the Huang country. Many of the World Society's core disciples were stunned when they heard that. They were reluctant to part with him. This country is not very big. The world outside is much vaster than this country. There is no need to care about this country. Du Xiaofu looked at the main hall, and his eyes flickered. He then turned to Eagle King Gong Dao and said, Grand Elder, all the hall masters of the World Society will be stationed in the desolate nation. Have the army withdraw. Arrange for all the core members that are absolutely trustworthy to gather in 4 hours. Also, inform the commanders of the Heavenly Beast Hall and above. Also, inform the generals of the Tianwu Academy, Li Yuxiao, and the others that there will be a valley 100 li away in 4 hours. All right, I'll arrange it now. Medicine King Gong Dao nodded. Although he did not know what Du Xiaofu wanted to do, he left the tent to make arrangements. Old E, I need to return to the 7-star hall as soon as possible. I'll leave the barren country and the world society to you, Du Xiaofu said to Medicine King Yi Wuming. When? Yi Wuming asked. 4 hours later. Du Xiaofu smiled. Are you going to be a hands-off boss again? Yi Wuming glared at Du Xiaofu and said, be careful on the road. Soon after, Du Xiaofu bade farewell to his master, Gu Qingyang, and his elder brother, Zhen Qingchun. Naturally, he had to be reminded. Looking at his master's rosy face and 2 front teeth, Du Xiaofu felt a warmth in his heart. He kept nodding his head as his master reminded him. Be careful. I heard that the Divine Light Court and the 7-star hall are at odds with each other. Sima Muhan pouted. She looked a little unruly, but it added a little cuteness to her. Don't worry, your martial uncle will be careful. Du Xiaofu smiled. You, get lost. Sima Muhan stomped her feet and scolded him. She walked out of the tent angrily. Shui Rohan looked at her, her blue eyes rippling. She smiled but did not say anything. Soon after, she followed Sima Muhan out of the tent. How did I provoke that girl? Du Xiaofu was stunned. He did not know why that girl suddenly changed her attitude. She changed her attitude faster than flipping a book. Chen Ling, didn't you say you wanted to spar with him? Yi Machin looked at Du Xiaofu, then motioned to Chen Ling beside him. The corners of his mouth curved into a faint smile. Get lost. Chen Ling rolled his eyes at Yi Machin. How would he dare to spar with that guy? He would definitely be looking for trouble. Soon after, in a canyon 100 miles away from the Tiger Gorge. The moonlight shrouded the sky. Under the night sky, the moonlight was like a waterfall. The martial veins in our bodies have become extraordinary. Because of the martial veins, the disciples of the Du family can cultivate with twice the results with half the effort. Their power is extraordinary. Conservatively speaking, there are now more than 100 disciples of the Du family who have reached the human sovereign realm. They are even getting stronger. Do you know why? At the gate of the canyon, several figures landed. Du Yunlong looked at Du Xiaofu and asked. The current Du family was no longer the same as before. It was just that they had been trying their best to hide it from the outside world. What is the reason? Du Xiaofu immediately asked. The thunder martial vein in his body had always been a mystery. Why did he have the martial vein spiritual mark in his body? And why did he seal the spiritual root? All these puzzled Du Xiaofu and he could not understand. Du Yunlong replied to Du Xiaofu, uncle and the elders of the Du family went through some of the genealogical records left behind by the Du family and finally found some reasons. Du Yunlong paused and pursed his lips. Lightning flashed in his eyes in the dark night. He said, the Du family might have been a big family in this world in the past. According to some of the ancient records passed down in the family, the Du family was one of the strongest families in the world. We had the thunder martial vein and were extremely powerful. But later on, for some reason, we declined. The Du family used to be a big family in this world. Du Xiaofu's heart trembled when he heard this. If the information was correct, it could explain why he had the martial vein spiritual mark in his body in the past. The thunder martial vein was very powerful. Naturally, it was not something an ordinary family could have. Du Xiaoyao said with interest. He could feel how terrifying the thunder martial vein was. Du Xiaoqing, Ouyang Shuang, and Little Tiger didn't say anything. Phantom, Jiangchen, Shou Sha, Blood Vine, and Hun Xia also stood quietly. Under the moonlight, they seemed to feel more comfortable. However, there are not many records left behind. My father and the elders of the Du family didn't find any additional information, Du Xiaoman said. Her eyes flickered with lightning. She also believed that the Du family used to be a big family in this world. If there is a chance in the future, I will definitely investigate it, Du Xiaofu said softly. So, as soon as Du Xiaofu finished speaking, the space nearby fluctuated. Many auras spread over and several figures landed. There were more than 100 of them. They were Eagle King, Gong Dao, First Elder, Mysterious Flood Dragon King, Absolute Sword King, Mysterious Flood Dragon King, Stone Turtle King, Yi Piaoling, Qian Guyu, Silver Fox, Duo Sha, Stone, General, Gu Xinyan, Ghost Child, Wu Kei, Li Yuxiao, Silver Winged Demonic Condor, Ba Ao, and other core members of the World Society, Sky Pivot Hall, and Tianwu Academy. They were all trustworthy people. President. Hall Master. Everyone bowed. They were confused. They didn't know why he had called them here in the middle of the night. You're here. Du Xiaofu smiled. He waved his hand and a light flashed between his eyebrows. An ancient aura spread out. A familiar aura. General, Gu Xinyan, Li Yuxiao, and the others' eyes widened. They immediately felt that familiar aura. Little Blue, Little Tiger, Yu, Jiangchen, and Phantom will head to the 7-star hall later. The rest, follow me. Du Xiaofu smiled. With a thought, the entrance to the ancient desolate space opened. An ancient aura rippled out and he took the lead. What is that thing? It can actually hide space, everyone was shocked. However, they followed behind and entered the ancient desolate space. Chapter 979. As everyone walked into the ancient desolate space, Du Xiaoqing waved her hand and stored the ancient desolate space in her palm. Roar! The little tiger transformed into its original form. Black runes surged and golden ripples swept out. Then, it carried Du Xiaoqing, Jiangchen, Phantom, Blood Vine, Beast Killer, Hun Xia, and the others and disappeared into the night. Is this the Heaven Martial Talisman realm? In the blurry ancient desolate space, Ouyang Shuang, Du Xiaoman, General, Gu Xinyan, Sun Ji, Wu Qingfeng, Zhang Wei, Li Yuxiao, and Wu Kei immediately felt a sense of familiarity. The aura in this space was exactly the same as the Heaven Martial Talisman realm. It was almost exactly the same. This is indeed the Heaven Martial Talisman realm. Du Xiaofu nodded to Ouyang Shuang, Du Xiaoman, General, and the others. Then, he said to everyone in front of him, this is the Heaven Martial Talisman realm in Tianwu Academy. There are all kinds of beast energy, talisman arrays, and secret techniques inside. 20 hours inside is only 2 hours outside. With 10 times the time difference, everyone can comprehend without worry. So this is the Heaven Martial Talisman realm, the Solitary Sword King, Mysterious Flood Dragon King, Eagle King, and the others were all shocked. They had heard of the Heaven Martial Talisman realm in Tianwu Academy, but they didn't expect it to be in Du Xiaofu's possession after Tianwu Academy ceased to exist. It said that there are many beast energy and secret techniques inside. That's not a small opportunity. 10 times the time difference is amazing. The Golden Condor King was very excited. He knew that he could obtain many benefits inside. You'll be able to gain a lot of benefits from this place. The reason why I allowed everyone to enter this place is not only because everyone here is a member of the World Society, but also because I treat everyone here as my own people, or even my relatives. Otherwise, I wouldn't have let everyone in. Du Xiaofu looked at everyone with a serious expression. He had an extremely majestic aura. Although he was young, he was already the ruler of a region. At this moment, he was even the founding emperor of a country. His majesty came from his soul, and everyone couldn't help but respect him. On his shoulder, Du Xiaoyao stood on Du Xiaofu's shoulder, her golden eyes looking at everyone as if nothing had happened. We will follow the guild master wholeheartedly. Follow third young master, even if we have to die 1,000 times. Eagle King, Gong Dao, Solitary Sword King, Black Dragon King, Qianguyu, Duo Sha, Silver Fox, and the rest of the World Society's core disciples saluted respectfully. Over the years, everyone knew what they had gained. Even though the young man before him was young, he was a supreme genius of the Middle Continent. Not to mention the ancient Heaven sect and the 7-star hall behind this young man, most importantly, everyone was clearly aware that with this young man's natural talent and potential, it wouldn't be long before he would definitely become an overlord in the Central Continent. At that time, they would definitely become famous in the Central Plains. With the personality of the purple-robed young man, he would definitely not mistreat any of them. He had never mistreated any of them. Remember, everything that happens in this space today must not be leaked. Du Xiaofu looked at everyone and said. He had to take this seriously. The soul of the ancient desolate space had specially reminded him not to expose the ancient desolate space. Back then, when the ancient desolate space was disguised as the heavenly martial talisman realm, there were many people who wanted to pry into it. However, they were all deceived by the soul of the ancient desolate space. If others knew that the ancient desolate space was in his possession, all the hidden experts on the continent would definitely attack him without mercy. There would be no place for him to escape. However, Du Xiaofu trusted the fact that he allowed everyone to come in. He didn't doubt the people he used, and he didn't use those he didn't trust. After pausing for a moment, Du Xiaofu glanced at everyone and said slowly, I didn't ask everyone to come here today just to let you enter the heavenly martial talisman realm to comprehend. Everyone should know about divine thunder body tempering, right? Divine thunder body tempering. Hearing this, everyone's eyes immediately turned to look at Du Xiaofu. Especially the general, Du Yunlong, Du Xiaoman, Ouyang Shuang, and the others who had entered the sealed ancient lands, they knew the benefits of divine thunder body tempering. The divine thunder cauldron in the sealed ancient lands has already recognized me as its master. As soon as Du Xiaofu finished speaking, he waved his hand and a purple gold stream of light spread out from his palm. A palm-sized three-legged cauldron immediately circled in his palm. The three-legged cauldron was covered with purple electric arcs and rippled with an ancient aura that made everyone's soul tremble. It was the purple thunder cauldron. As the purple thunder cauldron appeared, its terrifying aura spread out and made everyone's soul tremble. The profound qi and blood in their bodies froze. Divine thunder cauldron, that's the divine thunder cauldron. Du Yunlong, the general, Yi Piaoling, Qianguyu, Silver Fox, and the others narrowed their eyes and shuddered. They immediately recognized the divine thunder cauldron. The divine thunder cauldron that had occupied the sealed ancient lands was now circling in Du Xiaofu's palm. The divine thunder cauldron in the sealed ancient lands has been recognized by the third young master. Eagle King, Gong Dao, Solitary Sword King, Mysterious Dragon King, and the others trembled violently. Damn! Du Xiaoyao could not help but tremble. Her golden eyes suddenly looked up. She definitely did not expect that the terrifying divine thunder cauldron in the sealed ancient lands had been recognized by Du Xiaofu as its master. The divine thunder cauldron has been taken by Brother Xiaofu. The young fort master of the Mu fort, Mu Zhenghao's eyes almost popped out. The divine thunder cauldron in the sealed ancient lands had been taken away. In the future, there would be no more divine thunder cauldron in the sealed ancient lands. Today, I let everyone in so that everyone can benefit from the divine thunder body tempering. I hope everyone can benefit from it. As Du Xiaofu's voice fell, the purple thunder cauldron in his hand was thrown out. It suddenly appeared above the misty space. Boom! Purple thunderclouds appeared and purple electric arcs overflowed around the purple thunder cauldron. The divine thunder body tempering. Can we all get the divine thunder body tempering? Duo Sha secretly swallowed a mouthful of saliva in his throat and lifted his head to ask Du Xiaofu. Of course. Everyone can get the divine thunder body tempering. Du Xiaofu nodded. The purple thunder cauldron had been recognized as its master. The purple gold profound bomb could enhance everyone's martial veins and spiritual roots. At that moment, under his control, everyone could benefit from it. Gulp gulp, however, as Du Xiaofu's voice fell, the misty space suddenly froze and fell silent. Only the sounds of inhaling cold air and swallowing of saliva could be heard. Some people's hearts were beating faster. The divine thunder body tempering. In every prodigy competition, all the strongest young people in the middle ground would fight with their lives. In the end, only 10 people could get the divine thunder body tempering. Now, everyone present could get the divine thunder body tempering. How could they not be clear about what they had gained from this? Some people's frozen blood began to boil, some people's eyes were trembling and turning red. They were crying tears of joy. Someone's heartbeat sped up, thumping harder and harder. Thank you, President. Thank you, Third Young Master. Eagle King, Gong Dao, Solitary Sword King, Golden Condor King, and Mysterious Dragon King's eyes turned red. At that moment, they knew very well what kind of benefits they would get. It was a great opportunity that countless experts in the middle ground could not get. Now, because of the purple-robed young man in front of them, they could get it easily. The divine thunder body tempering. General, Li Yuxiao, Wu Kei, Sun Ji, and Ghost Child trembled as their eyes shone brightly. A great opportunity. I never thought that I would get such a great opportunity one day. The divine thunder body tempering, ha 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 ha, then, the divine thunder cauldron opened. Eagle King, Gong Dao, Golden Condor King, Solitary Sword King, and the rest were all excited as they jumped into the divine thunder cauldron. In the purple gold profound lightning cauldron, Du Xiaofu controlled it with his mind. Thunder clouds rumbled as the purple gold profound lightning flew out. Everyone started to get the divine thunder body tempering to improve their martial veins and spiritual roots. I want to try too. In the purple gold profound lightning cauldron, Du Xiaoyao stood on Du Xiaofu's shoulder. He felt that the purple gold profound lightning was very beneficial to him. He immediately jumped out and transformed into a huge red-bone horse monkey in midair. Rumble, the purple gold Xian lightning fell. This time, Du Xiaoyao's head did not emit black smoke from being struck. Instead, his golden, crystalline body absorbed the purple gold Xian lightning into his body as the lightning swept down. His entire body was wrapped in purple lightning arcs. In the purple gold profound lightning cauldron, hundreds of people were bathed in the purple gold profound lightning. It was a magnificent sight. Du Xiaofu looked at everyone with a smile. At this moment, more than 100 people were here. It wouldn't take long for them to rise completely. And they would only be the strongest force by his side in the future. Third brother, is this really the divine thunder cauldron? Only Du Yunlong, who was being held by Du Xiaofu, hadn't undergone the divine thunder body tempering. Although he knew that this was the divine thunder cauldron, he still couldn't believe it. The divine thunder cauldron in the sealed ancient land was taken away by his third brother. This was too unbelievable for Du Yunlong. Unbelievable. For countless years, the 9 great forces hadn't been able to shake it at all. Du Xiaofu smiled and said to his second brother, Du Yunlong, second brother, you can undergo the divine thunder body tempering later. I'll make your body stronger first. As his voice fell, Du Xiaofu's mind moved. Then, he and his second brother, Du Yunlong, came out of the purple gold profound lightning cauldron and entered the ancient desolate space. A pill slowly fell in front of his second brother, Du Yunlong. He said, "This is a body protection pill. It can protect your internal organs and resist the high temperature. Second brother, I'm afraid you'll have to suffer a little. However, in the future, you'll be like a tiger that has grown wings. It'll be a great support for you in the future. Come on, hurry up. Second brother can handle it." Du Yunlong smiled and took the pill from Du Xiaofu without any hesitation. Then, he stuffed it into his mouth without any hesitation or contemplation. To Du Yunlong, how could he not trust his third brother in front of him? Then I'll start. Du Xiaofu nodded with a smile. He formed a seal with his hands and the cauldron in front of him immediately condensed. Flames leapt out. At this moment, what Du Xiaofu wanted to do was to use the saint body arts to refine the impurities out of his second brother, Du Yunlong, and strengthen his body. A moment later, Du Yunlong, who had jumped into the cauldron, let out a blood-curdling scream. The instant his clothes touched the cauldron, they turned into ashes under the high temperature. The flames burned his body. Du Yunlong's hair stood on end. The flames entered his body. Not only his skin, but even the depths of his soul suddenly felt a burning pain. Then, he began to undergo the secret weapon arts refinement. Inside the Divine Thunder Cauldron, over 100 people were undergoing the Divine Thunder body tempering. Within the ancient desolate space, Du Xiaofu used the secret weapon art to strengthen Du Yunlong's body. In the air outside, the little tiger flapped its wings. It carried Du Xiaoqing, the phantom, the beast killer, the blood fiend Vine and a few other terrifying figures. It rushed towards the 7-star hall at full speed. Within the sealed ancient land, in the vast square below the purple lightning profound cauldron. The indestructible square had already cracked long ago. It was covered in spiderweb-like cracks. Dazzling light spread and talisman inscriptions constantly flickered. It was a restriction seal that was constantly cracking, as if something terrifying was about to awaken. Chapter 980. The space was still dark, but the space above the sealed ancient land seemed to be tearing apart. The seal within the sealed ancient land was being torn apart, and stars began to appear in the sky. The stars hung high in the sky. They were cold and scattered as they flickered with light. Dark clouds suddenly gathered in the sky and shrouded the stars. The dark clouds became denser and denser, covering the sky. At this moment, the cracks on the square became bigger and bigger, and the talisman patterns became more and more dazzling. The dark clouds in the sky silently rolled and suddenly released a dazzling light. It was as if there was lightning and thunder in the depths of the sky. A terrifying aura began to be released and spread across the sky. Sigh, at that moment, as lightning flashed and thunder roared, a sigh came from the end of the central plains. The voice was old and long, and it echoed in this space. It was because of this sigh that the terrifying power in the seal under the square seemed to have completely awakened. Rumble, a low rumble came from the ground. It sounded like thunder, and it came from the depths of the square. It came from afar and came rolling towards them. The rumbling sounded as if there were 10,000 beasts galloping, and a peerless demon was about to emerge from the dark underground. Terrifying cracks began to appear in the sky. Dark clouds rolled, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled. The seal around the vast and boundless sealed ancient land began to dissipate. Inside the sealed ancient land, a figure raised his head and looked at the sky. It was a young man who was walking alone. At this moment, he was attracted by the terrifying commotion in front of him. The young man wore a wide robe and looked to be around 23 or 24 years old. He was tall and had an extraordinary aura. However, at this moment, there was an evil aura coming from the young man's body. He was Chen Yan from the Profound Talisman sect. He was afraid that his fellow sect members would find out that he was bitten by the evil spirit, so he hid. In the end, he miraculously survived and his strength increased greatly. However, just as Chen Yan was feeling happy for himself, he realized that there was no one left in the sealed ancient land. Even the evil spirits that were originally everywhere were gone. Only desolation remained. What is that? Looking at the terrifying commotion in front of him, Chen Yan hesitated for a moment. In the end, he gritted his teeth and walked forward. Rumble, in the silent Holy Thunder Mountain range, the earth shook as if there was an earthquake. It was as if a huge crack had appeared in the sky. The light in the firmament grew brighter and brighter, illuminating the dark and gloomy world in the night. Inside the sealed ancient land, the square under the purple lightning profound cauldron had completely cracked. A terrifying light broke through the ground, and a dazzling light gushed out from the crack in the ground. Finally, a huge black shadow emerged from the dazzling light. The black shadow appeared and then appeared in the sky. Finally, it turned into a pair of giant eyes. It was just a pair of eyes. As the pair of giant eyes appeared, an evil aura surged forth. A murderous aura howled like a gale, and a black fog filled the air. It was as if all the evil aura in the world had gathered at this moment. This pair of eyes seemed to be the most evil thing in the world, able to make all the evil spirits in the 9 Netherland and the 18 levels of hell submit to them respectfully. That pair of terrifying eyes slowly opened. The pupils in the eyes were dark gold, as if they were lifeless. However, the moment the pair of eyes opened, all the mountains in the sealed ancient land cracked in an instant. Outside the sealed ancient land, all the mountains in the Holy Thunder Mountain range trembled, and cracks spread out. The rivers on the ground surged, and the tides rose and fell. Dark clouds gathered in the sky, and lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. The surroundings were terrifying. That pair of eyes was like a peerless demon that had walked out from the ground, overlooking the world from the firmament. It looked around as if it was looking for something. Wherever that pair of eyes looked, the tides would rise and fall, as if doomsday had arrived. Evil aura also spread out from the ground. Swoosh swoosh, at this moment, there were several auras that descended from the depths of the world in the central region. These auras were very obscure, but they were the most terrifying existences in the world. You can't trap me. You can't trap me. I'm immortal. Lu Xiaoyu, Long Xian, you can't do anything to me. The pair of eyes spoke, as if the world was speaking. It came from afar, and it made people tremble. Walala, in this part of the sky, the surrounding void began to shatter. Then, the pair of eyes began to disappear into the depths of the firmament, and the eyes began to close. At the moment when the pair of eyes closed, the pair of eyes seemed to have found a small figure below. It was a young man. The pair of dark gold eyes revealed a terrifying gaze, and a faint smile appeared. A ray of light descended from the sky, like a thunderbolt, but it was silent. It was just a gaze, and it was undetectable. Then, it fell on the figure below. Then, the pair of eyes closed, and the surrounding evil aura gathered. Black fog and evil chi covered the sky, and finally disappeared into the depths of the void. Then, the world fell into darkness again. Everything began to return to normal, and the cracks in the ground slowly closed. The cracks in the sky also closed, and only the pair of eyes disappeared into the sky. The evil spirit has awakened, and the great calamity is coming. In this part of the sky, a voice came from the obscure aura. A divine thunder cauldron has disappeared, and the evil spirit has been released. Who has it? An old voice came from the end of the world. The great calamity is coming again. In the unseen world, the wheel of calamity has never stopped spinning. The world is going to change again, and blood is going to flow like a river. A voice that sounded like a man and a woman came from the depths of the void. At dawn, the sun rose, and the earth was reborn. It was as if nothing had happened. However, outside the Divine Thunder Mountain range, a vast and boundless space appeared overnight, and it appeared in this world. A young man in a loose robe walked out slowly into the Divine Thunder Mountain range, and there was a cold smile in his eyes. Facing the morning sun, he murmured, "Heaven does not disappoint those who persevere. I have finally come out. From now on, my name, Chen Yan, will be known throughout the central region in the world." Swoosh, swoosh, after a while, the aura of many experts arrived in the Divine Thunder Mountain range. Looking at the vast land that appeared out of nowhere outside the Divine Thunder Mountain range, they were all shocked. The sealed ancient land has opened, and the seal has disappeared. Go and find the treasure. In the next few days, the whole central region was in an uproar. Some people recognized that the vast space outside the Divine Thunder Mountain Range was the sealed ancient land. Inside the sealed ancient land, there were inheritances passed down from ancient times, and there were countless spiritual weapons, talisman weapons, spiritual medicines, and so on. For a time, all the practitioners in the central region entered the sealed ancient land in a frenzy, looking for all kinds of opportunities. Bang, bang, in the space, because of the treasure hunt, there were all kinds of disputes and conflicts. From time to time, there would be fierce collisions. It was said that the people of the One Valley, 2 religions, 3 sects, 3 schools, and 9 great powers had all entered first, including many experts of the 9 great powers. Those experts of the 9 great powers seemed to be looking for the Divine Thunder Cauldron. However, the space was so vast that even the top experts could not cross it in a day. It was unknown whether they found the Divine Thunder Cauldron in the end. In the misty space of the ancient desolate space, in the spiritual furnace and talisman cauldron in front of Du Xiaofu, General was burning in flames, and the high temperature burned his body. Ah, General could not help but scream. That terrible temperature seemed to evaporate his soul. His skin, which had been refined by the Divine Thunder Cauldron, was burning and shriveling, and immediately made a sizzling sound. However, with the body-protecting elixir, a rich medicinal power spread through General's body, covering his internal organs, and resisting the high temperature that penetrated and caused fatal damage to his internal organs. Qi, qi. Du Xiaofu's hand seals changed, and a white divine energy spread out from his body, causing the misty space to tremble. At this moment, Du Xiaofu was using the holy body art to help General forge his body. Although Du Xiaofu was using the holy body art to refine General's body, it was not as strong as the ancient jade, but it was enough to improve General's physical body by a lot, and it could be refined like a spiritual weapon or talisman weapon. At the same time, it could refine some beastly secret arts and even talisman arrays into the human body. At the end of the refinement, the body could be comparable to a Tao artifact, a Dharma artifact, or a saint artifact. From the Stone Dragon Empire to the 7-star Hall of the Spirit Domain, Du Xiaofu had taken several months to travel from Stone City to the Spirit Domain. At this moment, although the little tiger was fast, it could not arrive in 1 or 2 days. Along with the rest on the way, they still had not reached their destination after flying for 5 days. 5 days was almost 2 months in the ancient desolate space. Inside the purple thunder cauldron in the ancient desolate space, almost 2 months had passed. Almost everyone had succeeded in refining their bodies with the divine thunder cauldron, and all of them had improved their martial veins and spiritual roots. Their strength had increased greatly, and they had obtained great opportunities. Many people had even taken the opportunity to step into the martial emperor realm. One by one, they came out of the purple thunder cauldron, wild with joy. Then, everyone entered the realm of enlightenment in the ancient desolate space and continued to comprehend, challenge, and train. They entered into a frenzied cultivation mode. As for Duo Sha, Silver Fox, Stone, Anya Cha, Ghost Child, Absolute Sword King, Golden Condor King, and the others, their bodies had been refined by Du Xiaofu using the divine body art. For almost 2 months, Du Xiaofu had not been idle. He had been frantically using the divine body art to strengthen everyone's bodies. Therefore, Du Xiaofu became more and more adept at using the divine body art, and his speed became faster and faster. Every time his body was exhausted, Du Xiaofu would consume elixirs and elixirs to recover. The divine thunder cauldron could strengthen the martial veins and spiritual roots, and it could also strengthen the body. The divine body art strengthened the body again and again. In the ancient desolate space, one could comprehend secret skills, beast energy, and various superpowers. They could also continuously train in the realm of battle. Under such frenzied cultivation, Yi Piaoling, Qiangu Yu, Wan Ninggang, Absolute Sword King, Du Yunlong, Eagle King, and the others who had entered the ancient desolate space this time knew clearly that they had obtained amazing benefits. It was a great opportunity that no one could ask for. Chapter 981. Although it had only been a short time, everyone's strength had increased at a terrifying rate. What was even more terrifying was that everyone had not only increased their strength, but also their martial veins and spirit roots. That was the scariest part. If the people from the one valley, 2 churches, 3 sects, and 3 factions knew about this, they would be on pins and needles. They would be deeply fearful. At this rate, the 100 people in the ancient desolate space would become a terrifying force that could affect the existence of the 9 forces in no time. Moreover, Du Xiaofu could continuously create such terrifying experts. With the time in the ancient desolate space, they could grow even more terrifying. If the 9 forces knew about this, they would probably break out in cold sweat just thinking about it. However, no one knew that at this moment, a terrifying force was quietly growing in the ancient desolate space. They were all very young and had terrifying potential. Their growth was limitless. Du Xiaofu was still using the sacred body art. However, he could not use it on O Yangshuang, big sister Du Xiaoman, and the others. The flames burned their entire bodies. Their clothes were burned, and their bodies were exposed. Du Xiaofu had to avoid it, but he could not do anything about it. Those who had their bodies tempered by Du Xiaofu's sacred body art were all in a miserable state. That kind of pain was indescribable. Ordinary people would not be able to endure it. However, everyone gritted their teeth and endured it. They endured the inhuman pain to build a terrifying body. Duo Sha, Anya Ing, Yin Tianjue, and the others had joined the heavenly general guards because they had seen how terrifying Yi Piaoling and Qian Guyu's physical bodies were. Now, they had gotten what they wanted. They had obtained the divine lightning body tempering and the ancient desolate space. They were all glad that they had made the choice back then. The silver fox, silver-winged demon eagle, domineering mastiff, blue flame red leopard, and other beasts could also be tempered by Du Xiaofu's sacred body art. However, the consumption of Du Xiaofu's saint body art to refine his demonic beast body was even greater. 8 days later, the little tiger finally arrived at the Alpha Hall of Spirit Realm's 7-star hall. Lin Wei Qi, Dong Lijiao, and the others returned with the experts from the various halls. The Imperial Pivot Hall sent people to wait for them. Among them, there were people who had seen the little tiger and Du Xiaoqing in the sealed ancient land. Therefore, when little tiger and Du Xiaoqing appeared in the vicinity of Alpha Hall, they were immediately recognized and brought back to Alpha Hall. At the back mountain of Dubhe Hall, a beautiful middle-aged woman sat cross-legged on a rock atop a pavilion at the peak of a mountain. Her beautiful figure was moving, and although she seemed to be middle-aged, her bearing was refined as if she was untainted by the mortal world, causing others to exclaim in admiration. "It's been so many days and that kid still hasn't returned. Could something have happened to him? Should we go and take a look?" Inside the pavilion, a burly old man was pacing back and forth, looking very worried. A formless aura spread out from his body, spreading out for no reason. It was incomparably vast. In Alpha Hall, there was no one else who could have such a terrifying aura other than the Hall Master of Alpha Hall, Kuang Zun. "Big brother, why are you still so restless? Xiaofu has experts by his side, so there shouldn't be any problems. When he's done with those things, he will naturally rush back." Yu Xianzi said to Kuang Zun, her green palace dress fluttering in the air. Although there wasn't much aura spreading out from her body, one look at her would feel as if they were looking at the boundless universe, unfathomable, and faintly enough to make one's soul throb. As her voice fell, Yu Xianzi seemed to sense something and raised her eyes slightly to look into the distance. Seeing Yu Xianzi's attention, Kuang Zun was slightly startled. Then, he followed Yu Xianzi's gaze and saw several figures in the distance approaching Alpha Hall. It should be that talented kid who has returned. Fourth brother's eyes are as sharp as ever. He has taken in a good disciple and brought glory to the 7-star hall. Quang Zun laughed, overjoyed. Big brother, don't forget that the kid is Xiahou Fengwei's disciple, not yours, Yu Xianzi said to Quang Zun with a smile. Fourth brother's disciple is my disciple. It's the same, the same. Quang Zun didn't care. After all, they were all disciples of the 7-star hall. As for whose disciple it was, he didn't care. Greetings, eldest uncle, second uncle. A moment later, Du Xiaofu, who had just come out of the ancient desolate space, bowed to Quang Zun and Yu Xianzi. His face was slightly pale and his aura was somewhat weak. What's wrong with you? Quang Zun immediately became nervous when he sensed Du Xiaofu's aura and saw Du Xiaofu's pale face. Eldest uncle, I've overexerted myself. It's not a big deal. In fact, I've gained some benefits. Du Xiaofu smiled. During this period of time in the ancient desolate space, he had displayed the secret weapon art for everyone. The constant overexertion had actually benefited his Yuan spirit. That's good. Hearing Du Xiaofu's words, Quang Zun let out a sigh of relief. Then, he patted Du Xiaofu's shoulder and laughed, good boy, 1 against 10. Let's see if the 9 great forces still dare to be arrogant in front of the 7-star hall in the future. The 7-star hall has never been so proud. Du Xiaofu smiled apologetically, not knowing what to say at this moment. It's good that you're fine. Don't worry about your eldest uncle. He's always like this when he's happy. Yu Xianzi stood up and looked at Du Xiaofu with a smile. Did you get the Yin spirit crystal? Yes. Du Xiaofu nodded, and the jade box containing the Yin spirit crystal appeared in his palm from his Qiankuan bag. Then, he gently handed it over to second senior master Yu. Fairy Yu opened the jade box and a majestic energy fluctuation came out. A palm-sized gloomy ball of light that looked like a dark jade appeared in the jade box. Runes flashed, causing one's primordial spirit to tremble incessantly. Yin spirit crystal, and it's the best Yin spirit crystal. Yes. Yu Xianzi's eyes were filled with surprise and her heart trembled with excitement. With this Yin spirit crystal, fourth brother will be able to recover. Quang Zun was also very happy. My 2 uncles, when can you help master suppress the evil spirits? Du Xiaofu asked Quang Zun and Yu Xianzi, hoping that his master could recover as soon as possible. You also need to help suppress the evil spirits. You're the most important one. Yu Xianzi's expression turned serious as she put away the Yin spirit crystal. Then, she frowned slightly and asked Du Xiaofu, your aura is extraordinary. It's so hidden that even I can't be sure. How strong are you now? The peak of the martial path martial emperor realm and the peak of the 7 stars mysterious talisman Dao. I should be able to break through to the next level. Du Xiaofu smiled and said, as for my strength, I've already killed many martial saints who have just become martial saints. You brat. When Quang Zun heard Du Xiaofu's last sentence, he couldn't help but be shocked. He stared at Du Xiaofu and said, it seems that you've gained a lot of benefits from the sealed ancient lands. I've gained a lot. Du Xiaofu smiled. Thinking about the benefits he had gained from the sealed ancient lands, it was really amazing. The stronger you are, the better. When the time comes, you'll be more confident. Yu Xianzi smiled and looked at Du Xiaofu. 3 days later, you'll help your master suppress the evil spirits. When the time comes, your master's primordial spirit will be freed and he'll be able to recover. You have to rest well during these 3 days. Okay. Du Xiaofu nodded. He could finally prepare for his master's recovery. By the way, Xiaofu, we've found some information about the fella who pretended to be your 5th junior master, GMO. Quang Zun looked at Du Xiaofu and suddenly said softly. We found out who he is. Hearing this, Du Xiaofu's eyes flashed with coldness. Back then, that fella had attacked his master, Weapon Lord. Later on, he had attacked him. When he left the sealed ancient lands, that fella had attacked him again. If not for his big brother, Zhen Qingchun, who had arrived in time, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Although Du Xiaofu knew that his strength had increased tremendously and he could take on a normal mysterious martial saint, it was still not enough when compared to the yellow-robed old man. However, he had to find out the background of this person first. If he had the chance in the future, he naturally wouldn't let it go. That fella is called the Yin Thunder Old Man. He's a powerhouse who's more famous than us. We don't know how long he's been alive. Speaking of the Yin Thunder Old Man, Yu Xianzi frowned and said, "We've found out that the Yin Thunder Old Man seems to have joined the devil religion." Devil religion. Hearing this, Du Xiaofu was stunned. He was unfamiliar with this force and asked, "What force is this? Even your second senior uncle and I don't know much about the devil religion. We only know that the devil religion is a terrifying force. However, it's hidden very deeply and has existed for a long time. The 9 forces should know more about it than us. If you have the chance, you can ask the ancient heaven sect." Kuang Zun frowned and said to Du Xiaofu, "This devil religion doesn't only exist in the central region. It said that they were everywhere in the other regions. However, they didn't dare to show themselves because they were afraid of some terrifying forces and clans in this world. They have always been silent in the dark. I didn't expect them to target our 7-star hall. Other regions? There are other regions in this world?" Du Xiaofu was stunned when he heard Kuang Zun's words. The central region was so vast that he probably hadn't even traveled a tenth of it. Listening to Kuang Zun's words, it seemed that the central region wasn't the only region in this world. This shocked Du Xiaofu. "Do you think there's only one central region in this world?" Kuang Zun looked at Du Xiaofu and smiled, "This world is so vast. The central region is only one of the many Kyushu. There are also countless dangerous places, secret places, and barren places that no one has ever set foot in." Chapter 982. There are 9 prefectures in the world. The area of each prefecture is no less than that of the central prefecture. The forces in each prefecture are huge. They are not inferior to the 3 sects, 3 schools, 1 valley, and 2 religions of the central prefecture. In this world, there are countless hidden forces and experts. Kuang Zun looked at Du Xiaofu and said, "The devil religion has a strange origin and is unfathomable. It seems that they have their eyes on you and your master. Maybe it's not because of the purple gold heavenly palace that your master refined, so you must be careful." Devil religion. Du Xiaofu's eyes widened. If it wasn't for the purple gold heavenly palace, he wouldn't know why the devil religion had their eyes on him and his master. Du Xiaofu thought to himself. The next time he went to the ancient heaven sect, he must ask his master Gu Qingyang and his senior brother if they knew about the origin of the devil religion. "Eldest uncle, how are things between us and the Divine Light Court?" Du Xiaofu asked. From Sima Muhan and his master Gu Qingyang, he already knew that the 7-star hall and the Divine Light Court were at war, and the situation seemed to be quite intense. Hearing this, Kuang Zun's expression changed slightly. The Divine Light Court strength seems to have increased a lot in recent years. The 7-star hall has received news that the Divine Light Court seems to have hidden traces of other forces. Kuang Zun paused for a moment, then smiled at Du Xiaofu and said, "But we don't have to worry about the Divine Light Court. The Divine Light Court won't be able to produce a second ancestor of the Divine Light Court. The current strength of the Divine Light Court is not enough to deal with the 7-star hall. Your 5th uncle should be about to succeed in his breakthrough soon. When your master recovers, we'll have the time to make the Divine Light Court disappear." As his voice fell, a cold light flashed in Kuang Zun's eyes. Du Xiaofu smiled. It seemed that his eldest uncle's temper wasn't too good. Recently, there had been a lot of things to do in the 7-star hall. When everything was settled, he would probably deal with the Divine Light Court. The most important thing for you now is to prepare to help your master suppress the soul of the murderous weapon in 3 days, Yu Xianzi said to Du Xiaofu. Yes. Du Xiaofu nodded. It said that the Divine Light Court and you have some grudges. When your master and your fifth uncle's breakthrough, whether it's because of the 7-star hall or because of you, we will settle the Divine Light Court. And we, old guys, we will stand behind you. The 7-star hall will also, the 7-star hall, Quang Zun patted on Xiaofu, Zun's S was it? Where the was there? Was the you, we, the you or you, the 7 master, or you. We, the as well you, the you, we, you, of the divine, I. Du Xiaofu nodded and left. That boy is truly ferocious. I've heard that Lin Weiqi, Dong Lijiao, Sun Tian and the other members of the younger generation have all accepted him wholeheartedly. Now that the news has spread, the 7 Stars Palace will be merged into one. In the future, the burden of the 7 Stars Palace will fall onto his shoulders. Quang Zun looked at the back of the purple-robed young man with a smile. You're anxious. After all, he is still young. It may be too tiring for him to bear such a big burden. Yu Xianzi's eyebrows relaxed, a smile in her eyes. She had no objection to Du Xiaofu being the young master of the 7-star halls. I have to be anxious. If I don't hurry up, I reckon some old foxes of the ancient sky sect will do something. Quang Zun grinned proudly. Mountain Peak, courtyard, room. This was the core of the Alpha Hall, surrounded by Phantom, Bloodvine Spirit, Beast Killer and Hun Xie. In the room, Du Xiaofu brought Du Xiaoqing and Little Tiger into the ancient desolate space. With Little Tiger's terrifying physique and the bloodline of the dark heavenly tiger, Du Xiaofu did not need to use the sacred body art. He just let Little Tiger enter the purple lightning profound cauldron to be refined by the divine thunder. And Du Xiaoqing, under Du Xiaofu's arrangement, entered the enlightenment realm to comprehend. Phew, in the misty ancient desolate space, Du Xiaofu sat cross-legged, deep in thought. Then, he exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, and a determined look appeared on his face. He murmured softly, Mother, sister, father, it won't be long before I set foot in that clan again. No matter how strong that clan is, wait for me. Du Xiaofu waited quietly for a while, then stuffed some elixirs into his mouth, formed a hand seal, and began to cultivate. A moment later, Du Xiaofu's body was enveloped in a white light. His aura was ancient, like a divine light. Recently, Du Xiaofu's focus had been on martial arts because he had been in the sealed ancient lands. But now that his spiritual root had awakened, coupled with the effect of the mysterious cultivation technique, Du Xiaofu felt that his cultivation of talisman Taoism was getting twice the result with half the effort. Especially for the power of his primordial spirit, the progress was extremely fast. Recently, he had used the saint body art to refine the body for everyone. Time and time again, he consumed and then recovered. Recently, Du Xiaofu also felt signs of another breakthrough. 3 days later, he would have to suppress the soul of the murderous weapon to free his master's primordial spirit. At this moment, Du Xiaofu also wanted to take the opportunity to try to break through. If he could make further progress in talisman Taoism, he would naturally be more confident. Outside the spirit domain, the entire central continent was getting more and more excited. Forces big and small rushed to the ancient land in front of the divine Thunder Mountain to search for treasures. There were constantly people who had found treasures, and some people had obtained inheritances. This made everyone's eyes turn red with envy, and they all crowded into the ancient land. And in this lively atmosphere, the news that 6 martial revered masters of the Divine Light Court and hundreds of elite disciples of the Great Will sect had been killed by Du Xiaofu in the Stone Dragon Empire also spread and shook the central continent. The 7-star hall had merged into one. The chief hall master was Dong Zhiyan, the mad revered, and the young hall master was Du Xiaofu, the disciple of the weapon-revered Xiahou Fenglai. He was also the junior brother of Sima Taxing, the master of the ancient heaven sect. When this news spread, many forces, big and small, had to stop thinking about it. In the entire central continent, the two hottest topics were the appearance of the sealed ancient land and Du Xiaofu. At night, the stars in the sky were like scales rippling in the sea, flickering. The mountains were boundless, and the giant cities were all covered by the curtain of night. It was like a black dragon winding across the horizon. The mountains overlapped, and the palaces stood tall, as if a heavenly palace had descended to the mortal world. The opportunity has come. It's time to act. In a huge palace, a strange light spread out, and a dignified and indifferent voice sounded. A figure wrapped in lightning appeared, and the person's face could not be seen clearly. Electric arcs rippled around this person, and the light was like a miniature lightning ball. The surrounding electric arcs flickered like silver snakes, and enveloped his entire body. A terrifying pressure spread out, and it was destructive and domineering. When this person stood there, no one dared to approach, and could only look up. Envoy, Xiahou Fenglai's primordial spirit should be in Du Xiaofu's body. Our people have discovered that Du Xiaofu has already arrived at Alpha Hall. Even he might have a type of spiritual lightning on him. In the hall, a yellow-robed old man spoke. His deep eyes seemed to flicker with some electric arcs, and his aura was fierce. If Du Xiaofu was here, he would definitely recognize this person. This was the yellow-robed old man who had pretended to be fifth senior uncle Ji Mo's minister in the Aliath Hall, and attacked him at the entrance of the sealed ancient land. His eldest senior uncle had found out that he was called the Lightning Old Man, and was a terrifying expert who had been famous for a long time. However, at this moment, the Lightning Old Man was extremely respectful in front of the mysterious lightning figure, and there was even an imperceptible fear. Alpha Hall. The lightning figure moved, and then lightning shot out from his eyes like a sea of lightning. He said, "The matter of Xiahou Fenglai has been delayed for so long, and we can't delay it any longer. The descendants of that clan have been found, and the world is about to change. We have to gather everything we need as soon as possible. Let's do it." Envoy, are you going to do it yourself? There was a third person in the center of the hall. He was an old man who looked to be in his 70s, and his voice was dignified and powerful. His eyes were dazzling, and it was as if he could look down on the world and shake the entire central continent. However, at this moment, this old man was equally respectful to the lightning figure. It's not good to expose the devil religion. Your divine light court is fighting with the 7-star hall, so you should do it yourself. No matter what price you have to pay, you must bring back Xiahou Fenglai's primordial spirit. Also, bring back Du Xiaofu, the lightning figure said lightly. Envoy, the 7-star hall is not weak. If we want to take down the 7-star hall, I'm afraid we will have to pay a heavy price. The old man in his 70s secretly gritted his teeth. He still had some misgivings about the 7-star hall. Divine Light, we were able to turn the Divine Light Palace from a second-rate force into a first-rate force in the central continent in just a few decades. We were able to turn you from an oil lamp to your current cultivation level. You have to know that all of this was given to you by us. If you don't want it, I can take it back at any time. The lightning figure said indifferently, and a terrifying destructive aura fluctuated, causing the entire hall to tremble for no reason. Envoy, please don't be angry. I'm just worried about bringing too much loss to the Divine Light Court. Of course, I won't forget that the entire Divine Light Palace was given to me by you. Hearing this, the old man in his 70s expression changed slightly. After hesitating for a moment, he continued, in addition, we encountered an accident this time and the Imperial Dragon Chi of the Stone Dragon Empire has been taken away by someone else. Who took away the Imperial Dragon Chi of the Stone Dragon Palace? Hearing this, the lightning figure's eyes darkened. It could be someone from the Great Luan sect, the old man in his 70s said with a slight frown. The Great Luan sect seems to be related to that clan, the lightning figure was silent for a moment. Then, he said in an indifferent and dignified voice, "Divine light, bring back Xiahou Fenglei's primordial spirit. I will remember this as a big blow to you. You have always wanted to break through the last step. When the time comes, you will have a chance. In addition, I will ask Yinlei to help you." "Thank you, envoy." The old man in his 70s was delighted to hear this. Chapter 983. Get Xiahou Fenglei's Yuan spirit back as soon as possible. As soon as the indifferent and dignified voice fell, the lightning figure disappeared from the hall along with the fluctuation of the silver lightning snake's light. "Shenguang, inform me when you're ready. I'll bring some people to help you. Xiahou Fenglei's Yuan spirit cannot be harmed again." After the Yin lightning old man finished speaking, he disappeared into thin air. Looking at the disappearing figure and the Yin lightning old man, a cold glint flashed across the old man's eyes. He muttered to himself, "Where is the item in Tianwu Academy? If I can obtain it, I won't have to be controlled by you." In the desolate ancient space in the courtyard, Du Xiaofu's body was surrounded by a dazzling white light. The space around him was blurry, and there was an unknown source of energy rippling through it. This energy continuously flowed into Du Xiaofu's body and gathered in his Yuan spirit in his Naiwen palace. As the energy absorbed by his Yuan spirit grew stronger and stronger, the surroundings of the misty space gradually became more and more intense. A formless wave that was invisible to the naked eye began to quietly spread out, and finally spread throughout the entire misty space. Boom! At the same time, in the seven-star hall, the energy of heaven and earth gathered around Du Xiaofu's courtyard. It started to ripple violently and eventually spread throughout the entire space. As the energy spread out, it caused the surrounding space to ripple. It immediately attracted the attention of many Alpha Hall disciples. The energy was extremely strange. It gave off an ancient aura. Many spiritual beasts within the Alpha Hall sensed something and let out low growls. What a powerful Yuan spirit. There's also the aura of an extraordinary spiritual root. It's coming from where that brat is. Is that brat breaking through? On the mountain peak, Quang Zun appeared. He looked at the courtyard where Du Xiaofu was. His eyes flickered as he muttered, "What an unfathomable brat." In the desolate ancient space, Du Xiaofu was completely immersed in his cultivation. Unknowingly, Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit in his Naiwen palace was undergoing tremendous changes. The primordial spirit was condensed from one spirit and soul. Spirit and soul were the most ethereal and illusory things, but they were the foundation of any living being. They were real existences. For a spiritual talisman master, only when he reached the level of a 7-star spiritual talisman master could the soul in his Naiwen palace condense into a physical object and transform into a primordial spirit. The stronger one's soul power was, the stronger one's primordial spirit would be. It was rumored that those top spirit talisman masters could move mountains and seas with a single thought when they used the power of the primordial spirit. Time passed slowly. In the desolate ancient space, time was controlled by Du Xiaofu to be 10 times faster. Everyone was cultivating and comprehending to their heart's content. There was no need to worry about time. In the outside world, 3 days passed slowly and quietly. At dusk, the setting sun shrouded the sky. In the courtyard at the peak of the mountain, Phantom was dressed in bright red. She leaned against the wooden corridor in the courtyard. Her graceful body drew an alluring arc in the afterglow of the sunset. The arc in front of her was white and white, forming a full and deep cleavage. If the young men in Alpha Hall saw this scene, they would probably have a nosebleed. What a powerful primordial spirit. Looking at the energy gathering at the peak of the mountain, Han Xie raised his head slightly. The faint blood-red light in his eyes revealed his shock. Walala, as Han Xie's voice fell, a loud explosion sounded in the sky. The energy surged wildly and shook the 9 heavens. An invisible and vast primordial spirit power spread out from the peak of the mountain like a tide. It swept out in all directions at lightning speed. So powerful. It's actually not weaker than us. Feeling the terrifying primordial spirit power, Shou Sha's expression changed. His eyes flashed with shock. The spirit root is very powerful. Not far away, Jiangchen stood quietly. Feeling the vast primordial spirit power released from the room, the spirit root's aura moved him even more. Third young master has made a breakthrough again. Phantom smiled gently. Her smile was so moving that it was enough to make any man lose their soul. What a powerful spirit root. In Alpha Hall, the vast primordial spirit power spread out in all directions in the air. At this moment, many Alpha Hall disciples could feel the terrifying spirit root pressure. The spirit root in their Naiwan palace trembled slightly. Not only is this kid's physical body strong, even his primordial spirit is not ordinary. His spirit root is also not ordinary. He is really abnormal. Not far away, Fairy Yu's figure quietly appeared in the sky. She smiled faintly. Her temperament was untainted by the mortal world. Around the courtyard, the terrifying primordial spirit power spread out like a tide. It only spread for a while before it slowly dissipated. The next morning, Du Xiaofu walked out of his room. Facing the morning sun, he bathed in the morning light. There was a smile on his determined face. He looked extraordinary. Third young master. Phantom, Shou Sha, Hun Xie, and Blood Vine Sha bowed. Sensing the formless aura spreading from the purple-robed young man, Phantom and the others inwardly trembled. The former's spirit root aura fluctuated as if he had just made a breakthrough. Even their hearts trembled when they felt it. No need for formalities. Although you will follow me for 100 years, there is no need to be overly courteous. Du Xiaofu said to the four of them. Then he walked over to Jiangchen and said, "Let's go. You should be able to take out your corpse core to deal with the spirit root today. This is what I promised you." Okay. Jiangchen nodded slightly. His deep, pitch-black eyes glowed. His corpse core leaving his body was an extremely dangerous thing for him. If it wasn't Jiangchen, but another zombie, it probably wouldn't have lasted until now. Moments later, at the back of Alpha Hall, a towering mountain pierced the clouds. It was an imposing sight. Swoosh swoosh, Du Xiaofu and Jiangchen landed on the mountain peak. There were already 3 people waiting for them. Of the 3 figures, one looked to be in his 60s and was dressed as a medicine talisman master. Another looked to be in his 40s and wore a purple robe with patterns on it. Even his hair was purple. The last was an old man in his 70s. He was well built, and his robe was embroidered with star patterns. He looked like a living creature and emanated an oppressive aura. The 3 of them stood quietly on the mountain peak. Invisible energy rippled around them, causing the space around them to faintly distort. They gave off an extremely dangerous feeling. Du Xiaofu stared blankly at the 3 people in front of him. Then, a look of pleasant surprise appeared on his face. He immediately bowed and said, "Greetings, 3rd Martial Uncle, 6th Martial Uncle, and 7th Martial Uncle." These 3 people were the Tianji Hall's venerated Pill, the Mizar Hall's venerated Purple Tianzuan, and the Alkate Hall's venerated Qian Xing. Du Xiaofu guessed that these 3 martial uncles had appeared in Alpha Hall because of his master's primordial spirit. Seeing venerated Pill, venerated Purple Tianzuan, and venerated Qian Xing, and sensing their auras, Jiangchen was secretly moved. "Huh, good boy. You've brought honor to the 7-star hall. You're worthy of being 4th brother's disciple." Upon seeing Du Xiaofu, venerated Purple Tianzuan smiled and patted Du Xiaofu's shoulder. His facial features were sculpted, and it was obvious that he must have been handsome when he was young. Even now, his temperament was extraordinary and he exuded the air of a noble ruler. Among the 7 hall masters of the 7-star hall, venerated Purple Tianzuan's cultivation and strength had always been at the forefront. It was not easy for him to acknowledge Du Xiaofu from the bottom of his heart. In the future, when the people from the 9 great forces see the 7-star hall, they won't be arrogant. Venerated Qian Xing smiled. He looked to be in his 70s, but his body was still muscular. His long robe was embroidered with star patterns, and it looked like a living creature. "Alright, let's go in. Your great martial uncle and second martial uncle have already made arrangements inside." Venerated Pill smiled at Du Xiaofu. Then, he flicked his sleeve, and a spatial fluctuation spread out. The mysterious patterns on the talisman fluctuated, and they entered. A seal. Du Xiaofu's eyes moved. It was an extremely powerful seal. Judging from the traces of its aura, it seemed to have been set up by Fairy Yu. Don't be in a daze. This seal was set up by your second martial uncle to suppress the spirit of the weapon. It should cause a big commotion, so we need to seal this space. Venerated Purple Tianzuan said to Du Xiaofu, and then pulled Du Xiaofu into the seal. Everyone entered, and the space fluctuated. There were other small tricks in this seal as well. Soon after, everyone appeared in a rather empty space. Quan Zun and Yu Xianzi were already waiting for them. At this moment, beside Fairy Yu, there was a man in his 50s sitting cross-legged. His long black hair draped over his shoulders, and a red robe covered his body. He had a wide forehead and a square face, but there was no vitality in his body. Only a rune between his eyebrows remained. There seemed to be lightning flashing faintly, maintaining the last trace of vitality. "Master." Du Xiaofu stepped forward. It was the physical body of his master, venerated weapon. "You're all here. Then let's get ready." Fairy Yu looked at Du Xiaofu, Jiangchen, and venerated Pill. She frowned slightly, and her expression was grave. She said, "His primordial spirit is suppressing the evil spirit in the purple gold heavenly palace. Once it is affected, I'm afraid that he and the evil spirit will both be injured. In the worst case, his weapon will be destroyed and his primordial spirit will die. So, we must be careful. With our strength, suppressing the evil spirit shouldn't be too much of a problem." Venerated Kuang frowned and looked worriedly at Du Xiaofu. He said, "But I don't know if Xiaofu can resist it. The key lies with Xiaofu." Du Xiaofu knew what venerated Kuang meant. If they joined forces, they would naturally be able to suppress the evil spirit. However, if they forcefully suppressed the evil spirit, the purple gold heavenly palace would be destroyed or damaged. The best way was to let the new weapon spirit grow stronger. Only then would it have a chance to devour the evil spirit. Du Xiaofu smiled and said to venerated Kuang and the others, "Don't worry, Uncle Masters. I will do my best. My new weapon spirit in the purple gold heavenly palace has obtained some benefits in the sealed ancient land. I'm afraid it won't be much weaker than the evil spirit." You're tuning into the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.